What is up, gang? Welcome to the stream. This is, as always, the Adrel Show. So, for today's stream, I thought that it might be interesting for us to go over what I'm doing in terms of gold making to prepare for the war within. Of course, as we've seen on the beta, it's going to really pay off to have a whole bunch of alts. As we've been doing in Remix, is a great way to level alts as well as pick up some free mounts and transmog along the way. Pick up the toys that you may be missing, and also just have a bunch of fun being super overpowered. Um, but ultimately, with all of those alts, with all of the professions that we're going to have to level up in the War Within, it's going to be very, very expensive to begin with, right? We're going to need to have a bunch of gold on hand so that we can afford all of the at the start heavily overpriced mats, but that's what we're going to have to pay if we don't want to farm them ourselves. And as you guys might know from my other streams, I generally don't like to farm too much, especially gathering is something that just really bores me. We may do a bit of it just because I haven't really done it at the start of any of the expansions at the start of the past few expansions. I'm generally not in the habit of doing it, and I generally feel my time is better spent leveling up my professions and crafting things because I feel that I'm able to get more gold per hour by doing that. That said, at the start of any expansion, of course, that's a great way to make gold. And if you don't have much starting capital to work with, that's definitely what I would recommend doing. Pick up herbalism, pick up mining, pick up skinning. Um, Heck, even tailoring can be a really good gathering profession, especially at the start of an expansion when cloth is super expensive. And of course, as we covered on my stream, looking at tailoring in the beta, I think we're probably going to want at least 4 tailors who are going to need an absolute mountain of cloth to level up the professions, get all the first craft bonuses, and to unlock all the knowledge points that we can, and to unlock the cooldowns. Those are going to be extremely valuable at the start of any expansion, and the War Within's not going to be any different at all. So with that said, the way that I like to make gold in this game is primarily through crafting, and in order to do that, of course, we need to enter into the War Within with an absolutely humongous war chest. Of course, Season 4 being the last season of Dragonflight, the gold making is going to be a little bit slower. The start of an expansion is a great time to make a boatload of gold, but it's also very expensive to do so. And so for today's stream, I thought it may be interesting to just go back into regular retail Dragonflight, that is, and just see, what am I doing right now to maximize the amount of gold that I'm making in Season 4, despite the fact that the market isn't probably as hot as it would be at any other time during the expansion. So first things first, we are on our main, and this is our retail main. This is our overall World of Warcraft main character, and I'm not sure if I've done any streams recently with this character, but this is my absolute main. This is the character that I've taken through more or less every expansion since Mists of Pandaria, since that's when monks were released. Now on this character, we have Enchanting and Jewelcrafting. Of course, being a Blood Elf, we have 5 bonus points of Enchanting, which should be pretty powerful in the early expansion. And since Enchanting and Jewelcrafting are the 2 professions that I feel have, I wouldn't say the most gold potential in that sense. I think during Dragonflight we saw that actually, surprisingly, Engineering was extremely overpowered for early gold making just because not that many people spent that much time on it. And as a result, it was sort of always considered by a lot of people to be a trash tier gold making profession. Though I don't know if I fully agree with that because I've always had a lot of success with making a whole bunch of gold with engineering. It's definitely the most complicated profession to get into, but if you're able to spend the time and energy to figure out how it works, super profitable. That said, of course, that sort of applies to every profession at the start of an expansion, especially, right? Every profession has something to go for it, but I tend to think that Enchanting and Jewelcrafting, because of the fact that they make consumables, have a lot more gold making potential, at least early on, or at least if I had to pick only 2, those would probably be the 2 that I pick, right? Tailoring, leatherworking, blacksmithing are also very powerful. Each of them have consumables that they make, but also they make a lot of gear, right? And every single character has a whole bunch of gear slots to fill, which especially early on in expansion, people are looking to fill out those slots before they get into raids, before they get into, before they start getting better PvP gear and stuff. So Those also have a lot of potential. Inscription, with Dark Moon cards generally is how typically people make a lot of gold with Inscription at the start of any profession. Alchemy is always extremely powerful just because it's the ultimate consumable profession. But if I had to pick just two, it would be Jewelcrafting and Enchanting. That's why I have them on my main. And then, of course, this is also typically the character that I bother to level cooking on, and fishing when I, on in expansions that actually bother. As you can see in Dragon Flight, I didn't really spend too much time on fishing. But let's see, we may try and level up Dragon Isles fishing as well, just for the fun of it. That said, we're fully maxed out on Enchanting. We've also spent every single knowledge point. We've gathered all of our treasures. We haven't bothered getting all the books because at this point, getting any more knowledge points on this character is sort of pointless. Same thing for jewel crafting as well. We're 100 out of 100. Of course, we have all of our blue gear. I haven't bothered upgrading everything to the max level just because honestly I haven't had the time, and every time I've tried to find someone to craft it for me, they want 10,000 gold or something on that order, which I just don't think is completely worth it right now. Fully maxed out on the knowledge points as well, and of course we got all of our treasures and everything here as well. Now that said, given that we're fully maxed out, the main source of gold that we have right now is, and the main thing that I'm doing on most of my characters is just burning through all of this artisan's metal. As you can see here, we have around 4,600 distributed over all of our characters, and that's largely because for many of my characters, I've been doing the weekly quests on and off, gathering knowledge points here and there, picking up the odd dragon shard and that sort of a thing, and I haven't really found great artisans metal dumps for most of my characters. For some of them I have, and that's where you can see the lower amounts where some of these characters have 31, 42. 31 is on my blacksmith, and 42 is on my engineer. But I would say probably you can sort of see from here where I've actually bothered to spend the time to work through this artisan's metal. I didn't rely too much on crafting orders. In fact, let's just pull up Journalator, which is a great add-on if you guys haven't used it before. This doesn't have all of my Dragonflight data because I did, or I think actually this should probably have most of my Dragonflight data. I think the bulk of the trade skill master data and so forth I had for Shadowlands is missing from this because unfortunately the MacBook that I used to run everything off of died on me um, just before I got back into Shadowlands, and so we don't have that data unfortunately. But this should have um, the majority of our Dragonflight data here. Now, in terms of fulfilling crafting orders, as you can see, we don't have a whole bunch on here. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to see whether um, I'm becoming a little bit more familiar with uh, with Journalator. It's not an add-on I use all that much, but I do like it because it does give us a nice little summary here. And so we can see we made about just over 500,000 gold from crafting orders. Um, this the thing to note with Journalator is I like it because it gives a nice little summary and it gives a nice little breakup of all of our different sources of income. The only thing to note is that you can't really link it with multiple accounts, and if you're what I would consider a serious goblin is someone like me who has two different accounts, and we have our second account loaded up here as well, on which we have our our banking character, um, who we'll take a look at in a second as well to see how we're making gold there. Oh, looks like I've got the wrong window open and my system is lagging a little bit. I think my graphic card is really being put through its paces right now. But overall, from crafting orders, we didn't make all that much gold. Now, the auction house gold that you're seeing here is because though I primarily do all of my auctions on my second account, early on in Dragonflight, I was also managing some of the individual auctions on my main account, just because I would, let's say, be on my tailor, and while I was either leveling up tailoring or while I was trying to figure out what I should price different things at, I would just list items from the character that I was playing. Mail and trades we can ignore. These are mainly things that we just traded between our own accounts itself, and like I said, Journalator doesn't really account for different like I don't think it has an option to um, link different accounts. I may be missing something, and if I am, let me know in the chat or in the comments. But I don't think it allows you to do so. I could probably add my banker characters here to ignore transfers. All right. That said, let's look at Journalator. And so, like I was saying, crafting orders, we didn't make all that much gold from. We can probably even break this down to which characters we want to look at specifically. And I don't think the total on the bottom here, I think, just shows us results for by and large the overall at a character level. I think the most gold we've ever made is 30,000 gold from a personal Shadowflame crest craft. Beyond that, not really any significant amount of gold. That said, I also didn't sell most of my artisan's metal, mainly because I just didn't think it was worth it. I thought I could always get, I felt that I could always get a better rate of return on on my artisan's metal by crafting things with it. Of course, didn't always do that, and that's why we're sitting on a lot of artisan's metal on a lot of our characters. That said, at this point of the expansion, I think the main, probably the biggest advantage you have is if you are like me and you are sitting on a bunch of artisan's metal. There's not a lot of public crafting orders going on. Every now and then I'll pick up a couple here just to put things towards our achievement, towards the crafting order achievements. I don't even think uh, I'm hoping that once the pre-patch goes live and it's sort of account wide, things count towards that achievement, I should be able to unlock those 2 titles. But certainly on an individual character, I haven't gotten the achievements for either 500 or 1,000 crafting orders. That isn't where we made the majority of our gold from. Just as a quick recap as well, I think let's look at our overall gold amount. I'm sitting on 28.7 million gold. We did hit 30 million gold at some point. I'm not sure if TSM captured that. But since then, I've just sort of been spending, not on anything major, bought a couple mounts here and there, unlocked a couple things along the way. You know, I think I upgraded some of my profession tools and mainly not really been spending too much time in the past couple of months. You see the huge spikes here, which is early expansion, right? This is, I think, November 22. I think this would be the main change here. Is this was all of the gold that we made during Shadowlands, and keep in mind I didn't play for much of Shadowlands, and so that's this big spike you see here. This data is less linear. Like there's less of an actual spike here. Basically, the majority of this is actually hidden just because we don't have that data. Like I mentioned, my laptop crashed. And then I want to say this is roughly where we had the bulk of our Dragonflight gold making. And then you can see the past few months we haven't really spent too much time and energy on Dragonflight gold making. You can see sort of these should roughly line up to these spikes that we see here should roughly line up to each of the major patches and when we came back and made some gold. But in the past couple of months, as you can see, we've not really been doing much of anything. There's been spikes in different places here depending on when we actually logged on and crafted a bunch of things. But overall, our top profit item here is Dracothis. Of course, we can't really rely on this because this profit is just comparing the prices that we bought things at and the prices that we sold things at, and so that's why it looks like we only made 200,000 gold profit through Dracothis, but actually we made a lot more because we also crafted a bunch of Dracothis. Overall, Rousing Order being the thing that I spent the most gold on doesn't surprise me too much. Neither does the tiered medallion setting. These we sold 6.9 million gold worth of, right? Tiered medallion settings were amazingly profitable. The thing that I alluded to on some of my earlier streams was that the reason we stopped selling these was because it quickly became apparent that if you were a Draenei, you had the extra 5 knowledge points, which allowed you to get the same way we have 5 bonus knowledge points here, or 5 bonus skill rather, in Enchanting as a Blood Elf. For Draenei, you get that for Jewelcrafting, and that allowed you to get into the hidden skill value territory. And if you aren't familiar, that basically meant that if you had in Dragonflight, the way it worked is if there was less than a 5 skill, like a 5% gap, I believe it was, between the amount of skill you had and the recipe difficulty, you had a higher likelihood of you had a higher likelihood of being able to craft it at max skill level. The game would give you some bonus skill, and so that's why we stopped crafting the tiered medallion setting. But that said, didn't really make too much of a difference because, as you guys can see, we sold a whole bunch of those and made a whole bunch of gold off of that as well, right? Let's zoom in a little bit to the closer period and let's see if we can look at some of the other items that we've made a good amount of gold with. The draconic, I would say the other things that we made a whole bunch of gold with during Dragonflight was also the crafted PvP gear. Those sold extremely well for me. If we just come over to the ledger here and we'll just look at um, not our inventory, let's look at our revenue. Um, if we just put in combatant here, we should be able to see the revenue that we made across all of our different combatant gear. Okay. Apparently it doesn't want to let us do that. Let's see if we can filter by group instead. I think we should be able to, I think this should work. Select all PvP groups. All characters. I think we need to select the subgroups maybe? Not sure. Oh, last 30 days, that's why. Okay, here we go. So we sold about 9.4 million gold worth of crafted combatants gear, right? This is a very rough group. Let's see if actually if we remove the filters, I wonder if searching for combatant will allow us to see this a bit better, because I do remember the number being slightly higher. There we go. Okay, so here we go. We made about 15.5 million gold just selling combatant gear. There's a couple of items here of the I believe these are the BFA what do you call it, the BFA gear. Let's take the rares out of here, and then that should give us our Dragonflight green crafted crafted PvP gear. And you can see we made about 15.5 million gold. Of course, these numbers are revenue, but our profit margins were extremely crazy on these. The reason being is if we just sort here by the per item gold that we made, right? We were selling some of these pieces for 32,000, 18,000, 14,000. This is, in the earlier seasons before everyone had figured out what a gold mine these were. And two things to note here, of course, we sold a lot of leather and like we sold all of the different professions crafted gear, but the ones that really stand out to me were for sure the inscription crafted PvP trinkets. These were extremely powerful because even if you weren't using them for PvP, they were really powerful, right? You got main stat on them, and you could choose whether you wanted to have bonus primary stat, and you could pick haste. They gave everyone basically a chance to get a bunch of useful trinkets at a higher eye level than most of the stuff. For context, during this season 4, they're eye level 451 gear, right? Eye level 451 gear that you can just pick up super cheap on the auction house. You got a fresh alt, you got a character that you want to get into PvP with. It'll give you 451 in PvE and 502 in PvP scenarios. So this gear was super powerful. Whenever I leveled the fresh 70 as well, this would be one of the first few things I would do, is just craft them a full set of the latest season's combatant gear. Just because it allowed me to get up to speed really quick, and even if I was just planning on doing world quests or profession quests, which is the bulk of what I did with most of my alts during Dragonflight, I would put a whole set of this onto them, and that would allow them to not only crush any world content or even dungeons or LFR or whatever they wanted to do, but also the eye level that they would get as a rewards from different things would be higher because of the fact that their average eye level was higher. And we had items that could be crafted for pretty much every single slot, right? On my main character here as well, we have a couple of pieces that are below 451, and that's despite the fact that this is the character that I play the most in terms of PvE and PvP and everything else. So this gear was super powerful, and we made a boatload of gold from that as well. Beyond that, of course, once we figured out inspiration and we figured out how the different trade skills worked and what the different breakpoints were and stuff as well, we did make a decent amount of gold with enchanting. I don't think I bothered to create I don't think I bothered to actually create groups necessarily for everything, but let's look at what we did in terms of enchanting revenue. I think if we just type enchant here, it should give us a good rough estimate. Hmm, it's because we're not looking at the rare enchants, which is where a lot of our gold came from. Yeah, so we made about 287,000, 300,000 gold roughly from enchanting. So not a huge amount, but a decent bit, right? Because the margins here were a lot higher as well. Enchanting was interesting because we didn't really have to worry about reagent quality in Dragonflight, at least. In the War Within, of course, that changes, and we tinkered around a bit on the beta. You can check out my other stream for that. And I'll probably be doing a longer, deeper dive into that. And thank you again to everyone, by the way, who is watching the stream live, either on YouTube or on Twitch. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I'm streaming then. You can see my schedule on Twitch. And then I try and stream as much as I can on the weekends as well as my schedule allows. Or if I have things like today's stream where I really wanted to take you guys through this because the past day or two I've sort of been tinkering around with all of my alts in retail. I haven't really been playing retail too much outside of that. It's mainly been MOP Remix and a bit of the beta, just experimenting with different things to try and figure out what I'm planning on doing, as well as in terms of trying to put together some content for you guys. And so hopefully there should be some more, some shorter form videos. I know until now it's primarily been live streams and then recordings of my live streams, which at 3-4 hours a piece, I know can be a little bit difficult to get through. So I am working on doing some shorter form content, both in the terms of YouTube Shorts and TikToks. We've actually posted something on TikTok already, so go ahead and give me a follow on TikTok if you want to see more of my content there as well. And that'll be, of course, the shorter clips, and then we're also going to do some medium length content for YouTube as well. 10 or 15-minute videos that are more that I hope provide a lot more value and a lot quicker timeline to you guys. All right, so enchanting, I think we covered. Jewel crafting, we didn't spend too much time on gems. I would say the bulk of the gold that I made from gems, other than early on things that we might have done with the gems. I don't even think I have a group for these. Um, just because we primarily focused on crafting a bunch of reagents. I think enterprising was the first tree that I really went into, and then of course we dumped a bunch of points into inspiration just because inspiration was extremely powerful in Dragonflight. Of course, that um, as a stat is going away during the War Within and is going to be replaced by concentration, which will give a lot more advantage to having an alt army. And rather interestingly, I think should also give a bit of power back to the casual player who wants to be able to be competitive on the auction house as well, just because they will probably be able to come in and craft things at a slightly lower cost, and so they can log on, craft a couple of things, and be able to sell at a lower cost than someone like me who's just got a bunch of alts that's crafting a bunch of things and sort of operating at an industrial scale. And of course, I do still need to level a bunch more bots. A bunch more bots. No, I would say bad slip of words. I'm just reading the chat and I see that there's one of the tools I use called Restream Bot popped up on my screen here, which I think you could probably see here the live chat. But on YouTube it shows up as a Restream Bot, and that's why the word bot was in my mind. Very bad slip of the tongue there. But no, we need to level up a bunch more alts is what I was trying to say. We need to level up a bunch more alts so that we can learn professions on them and get them going. As we saw on the stream the other day, I think it should be fairly trivial to get new alts up to Dornegal, which is the new capital city, and get them trained in their professions and start leveling up pretty easily. I don't think that whole process should take more than about 10 to 15 minutes between when we log a character on, get skywriting unlocked, and have them in Dornegal ready to go and ready to start crafting and start making us some gold. All right. I have been talking for, I think, just about not even sure how long the stream has been going in all honesty, but I've been talking more or less straight through, so I just need to take a little bit of drink of water here and probably calm down and start going through our process. So this is typically, generally, more recently when I've dedicated time to gold making, this is what's going on. I think one of the reasons that my graphic card is having such a tough time is because for the first time in a while we're in Valdrakken, and Valdrakken is extremely hard on your system just because of the lag and so forth. Hopefully Dornegal is less busy. I think it seems to be a bit more spread out of a city, and so hopefully it should be less of an issue. The Eyes for You Only, by the way, toy that you could pick up during the Valentine's Day event was it can be helpful with that. It just tunes out other non-party players. So let's see if that helps our graphic card chug along a bit, which is pretty crazy as well because we are rocking a 4070 Super, which until now has been able to tolerate everything I throw at it. But I guess probably while running 2 instances of WoW at max settings and then also streaming and doing a bunch of AI things to my camera, it's probably causing my graphic card to really be taxing itself a little bit. Let's see if we can't do anything about that. Sorry guys, give me a second. My PC's lagging just a little bit. All right, so and if you guys are watching on Twitch or YouTube, just let me know in chat if everything's showing up well for you guys. I am checking out what's going on my iPad here just to see the quality of the stream, and it looks like YouTube may be lagging a bit. If you are watching live, please do let me know in chat whether or not you're able to see things update in real time, because it does look like it's lagging a little bit on YouTube. I'm not sure. I'm hoping things are a little bit better on Twitch. My streamer dashboard seems to be telling me that I'm doing okay in terms of drop frames and everything else as well, but my iPad is telling me slightly different. So I would really appreciate if you're watching live, if you can just let me know in chat if everything's looking and sounding okay. That said, let's get going. The second this stops lagging, we can actually get going with crafting some stuff. And I'm just gonna take a second here to switch on my air conditioner. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Ooh, looks like WoW is crashing a bit on us. So all right. So Enchanting, like I said, we didn't make a whole bunch of gold from Jewelcrafting. Primarily in Dragonflight, a lot of gold came from the PvP gear, but then also a lot of reagents, right? We crafted a lot of empty soul cages. I know we sold a lot of. We sold a lot of these figurines of the Gathering. No, not this one, sorry. Statuette of Foreseen Power. And I think this right now, the numbers are jacked up because someone's priced the 2-star version at 991,000, so that's why the profit number looks insane here. I don't think we're gonna bother crafting any of these, but these we were able to craft profitably, I believe, even without using the illustrious insights. So first thing we'll do is we'll just craft all of our illustrious insights, because that's what you want to do with all the artisan's metal that you have. What Illustrious Insight allows you to do is when you add them to certain items, with a regular Illustrious Insight, you can break it up into 5 or lesser Illustrious Insights, and that's generally what we want to do, because then we get 5 crafts with bonus skill, as opposed to just 1. Of course, they're less valuable items, so it's more so consumables and things. As an example, if we were to craft an epic item here, you would need to use a full Illustrious Insight, Whereas if we were crafting like a statuette of foreseen power, an optional crafting reagent, basically consumables, we would use a lesser illustrious insight instead. By and large, you want to find crafts that you can use the lesser illustrious insights for, because it's unlikely that you're going to be able to get 5 times the profit from a single item, at least at this point in the expansion. So the general thing we're going to want to do is we're going to first want to on all of our characters unlock as many knowledge points as we can so that we can dump them into whichever tree we feel is going to benefit us the most and allow us to make the most gold. um, and I'm just basically recapping the process that we're going to follow on all of our alts here as we go through all of the different professions. But first things first, yeah, we're going to try and gather whatever knowledge points we can. I'll be honest, for some of my alts, I've been a little bit lazy and haven't gathered all the treasures or whatever else. But that's the first thing we're going to want to do our weeklies. Um, we may even do the gathering weeklies if we're in the mood for it. Then we're going to want to make sure that we have all of our treasures and everything else done. Then we are going to invest the knowledge points wherever we need them. If you are a lot further behind and don't know where to put your knowledge points, I'll cover how to make that decision in a second. Um, but then the other thing we want to do is figure out if there's any, any of the professions skill points that we're missing. If any of these recipes seem like they could be profitable. Now, the main thing you're going to almost certainly want to have, not even certainly, I would say is almost mandatory for um, Dragonflight gold making, is the craft sim add-on, and that's all of this interface you see here, all of these windows here. It's an extremely powerful add-on. I remember when it first launched, I actually reached out to the creator on Discord, and he was super friendly, and actually took my feedback to add a couple of features that I was hoping he would add. And just a great guy, and an amazing add-on. I truly cannot speak highly enough of this add-on. It has all sorts of different features, but the ones that we're going to look at, this is typically the interface I look at. If you're trying to figure out where you want to put skill points into, the knowledge points, I mean, this is going to be super useful for you, because what he has very painstakingly done is figured out exactly what skill, what talents, like profession talents, impact which craft. So you can look at specifically, let's say we figured out that we want to craft, let's take an actual example here of something that we can sell. Let's say we wanted to craft the figurine of the Gathering Storm, right? But we don't have Jewelcrafting maxed out. We can come here, we can put it into simulation mode, simulate the knowledge distribution, and we can see what happens if we spend more points into a given tree, and figure out what our profit would be then. The other super powerful thing it allows you to simulate is not only what happens if you add different, let's say we don't have our jewel crafting at full skill and we wanted to use one of these polishing cloths. How would that impact our crafting? If we wanted to use one of the, polishing cloths for inspiration, let's say, how would that impact things? Similarly, we will be doing the same thing with the illustrious insights, and this is also useful if you haven't converted your artisan's metal yet and you're not sure whether or not you want to convert it into illustrious insights, or if you want to sell it to others through the crafting order system. Of course, while we're doing all of this, we will periodically just check the crafting orders to see if there's, on the off chance that there's something that, a 5,000 gold commission crafting order or anything of that like. But once we've done that, we'll try and figure out if there's any recipes that we can unlock that will give us more gold. And we'd probably want to pick those up just because, of course, with the first craft bonus, you get a knowledge point every time you do a first craft. So we can also take a look quickly here and see if any of these are super cheap. We may just craft them just to get the knowledge points. Of course, we're not going to bother doing that on this character just because we are fully maxed out on both jewel crafting and enchanting, but for our other characters that will be relevant. And so we will check that and see if any of them are cheap. Spark items are an especially good one. There may be a couple of professions that we don't have all of our skill points in. Typically, these these epic items that you craft will give you about 3 skill points each, so we can just finish off the remaining skill that we need to learn. And sparks are easily come by. If you've done the quest on one character, if you've completed the initial spark quest, you can just head over to the quest giver and pick up 5 of these sparks for free, which you can use to write. Let's say you needed to max out jewel crafting and you're at like 90, you can just pick up those 5 sparks for free, and then the rest of the mats cost you like 23 gold to craft. So it's an easy way to your first craft bonus knowledge points, as well as some extra skill to just max out your profession, which will help a lot. I would pick up the rare better version of each of these. Tailoring has an epic tailoring accessory that they can craft for themselves, or you can get it crafted from a crafting order. And generally, I would just find someone in trade, or just put up a public crafting order and get one of these crafted, because the blue versions give you +6 bonus skill each, and regardless of what quality they're crafted at, you get that bonus skill. The craft quality will only make a difference for the secondary stats. That's inspiration, multi-craft, resourcefulness, and crafting speed. Of course, if you put up a public crafting order and you get a 1-star version of these, I would probably try and find someone to recraft it into at least at the bare minimum, I would say 3 or 4-star. Ideally, if you can get it 5-star like this, nothing like it. And as far as which stat you want on your tool, it's really going to depend on what crafts are most profitable for your individual realm and with your level of skill points, right? All right, the other things that we're going to want to look at here. So the top gear simulator here is super powerful. You can choose what you want to focus on. By and large, we're going to keep this at top profit. There are a couple of cases like the draconic treatises. I don't think I have any in my inventory here because, as I keep saying, we've maxed out our skill points here, so I don't really bother with it. But for those, you can change to, say, top multi-craft, right? Because there we would rather have a multi-craft on things that we're using for ourselves than having more profit. All right, I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that's handy to mention here. So this window here, the crafts and price details, is super useful because it allows you to just at a glance mouse over and see the prices that each quality is selling for. Through the default Blizzard interface, let's say we can only guarantee rank 2. Blizzard's only going to show us what the rank 2 sells for, which means we'd have to run over to the auction house, or we'd need to find a rank 1 or a rank 3 in our inventory, or use some sort of other add-on. This just shows it to us at a glance: how much is rank 1 selling for, how much is rank 2, and how much is rank 3 selling for, as well as what's the profit we make if we were able to guarantee each of these ranks. Super useful. And then lastly, this shows us what the optimal materials are. Typically, it'll focus on reaching the highest quality because that's probably what you want to craft, and that's probably what most people want to buy. And that's what will move the fastest and typically sells for the highest. There are some weird cases like the statue of foreseen power earlier that we saw, like right here, right, where for whatever reason someone's jacked up the price of the rank 2, and so the numbers look a little bit wonky, but ultimately the material optimization will still optimize for reaching rank 3. All of these windows also work with simulation mode. So let's say we were to actually look at this item seriously. We could hit assign here, and it'll tell us what our profit is by using these materials instead of the ones that we currently have in our inventory. If we add the lesser and illustrious insights, since we have a bunch of those, we're probably going to want to use those. It will also automatically update the material optimization here, and we can just hit the equip button here, and it will automatically equip all of the gear that we have in our bags. As a result, I would recommend that for most professions, if your profession allows multi-craft, it makes sense to have a multi-craft tool. By and large, resourcefulness is useful. Inspiration is useful in some cases. The main case in which it's going to be useful is if you don't have illustrious insights or artisan's metal with which you can craft illustrious insights. But by and large, I would say at the bare minimum, probably you want a resourcefulness tool. If you can throw resourcefulness enchant on it as well. The next thing you're going to want to do is, if you can get another tool crafted, I would go with an inspiration tool. If you're looking at a profession that you don't have, maxed out, or you don't have all the skill points for, or if you just don't have enough knowledge points to max out the inspiration talent tree node. Each profession has, by and large, a specialization that is sort of just getting better at the overall profession. For jewelcrafting, it's called Jeweler's Toolset Mastery. They've kind of, in some professions, done away with it in the War Within, it looks like, but we'll look at those on a case-by-case basis for each profession when I do the deep dives, and I'll probably do some summary videos of those deep dives as well. Um, but if you've not maxed out this tree, it could make sense to pick up an inspiration tool. The other tool that I would almost certainly recommend is picking up a multi-craft tool. You can see I haven't really bothered maxing this out. There is no multi-craft enchant, unfortunately, for profession tools, so I just stick a resourcefulness on there, right? Resourcefulness will help you make a couple more gold per craft. It's not going to make a huge world of difference, but look, every little bit counts. Now, coming back to this interface here, let's go to a product that actually has somewhat more sensible numbers and that we can actually make a decent, like a little bit of profit on. So let's say this one, right? The first thing it's going to show us here is, of course, our average profit per craft. This includes everything, right? This considers resourcefulness, this considers multi-craft procs, it considers on average how much should we make every time we hit the create button. Now, below it, you'll see 3 items. You'll see a inspiration number. Now, of course, here, because we're using a lesser illustrious insight, it is showing a 0. But if we remove that, we can see that it shows us 28 silver. Now, what this means is that each additional point of inspiration we can get from whatever source, those sources being the tools, by having a better quality accessory, by dumping more specialization points in, or lastly by using one of these. Where is it? I think I have one in my bag somewhere. The incense. I believe it's called Sagacious Incense. Yeah, this one right here. The rank 3, I believe, gives you an extra 15 or 30 inspiration. They're super cheap now, so it's almost always worth buying it and popping it down. If you're planning on relying on inspiration to turn a profit. But coming back to simulation mode here, we can assign these and it'll tell us that, tell us what the profitability is like. We can equip what it recommends as the top gear. We will have to re-click on simulation here and we'll assign the best quality materials. And we can see here that each additional point of inspiration that we're able to get is worth 28 silver. So let's say the Sagacious Incense at rank 3 as an example, let's say it gives us 30 inspiration. All we'll do is we'll plug into a calculator 0.28 times 30, and that means it'll give us an additional 8 gold per craft. So instead of making 12 gold on average per craft, we would make 20 gold on average per craft, which is pretty powerful, right? If you're crafting a bunch of these, you're definitely going to want to pop down one of these Sagacious Incenses. They're currently on the auction house on North American servers at least for 29 gold. That means if you're crafting more than 3 or 4 of them, you've already paid off the incense, and the incense lasts for 30 minutes, so you can craft a whole boatload of those in that time. So that's how you would do it for inspiration. For multi-craft, it'll just come from this tool and from your talent tree. Resourcefulness, you also, in addition to the tool, the accessory, and your specializations and your talent tree, you will also get resourcefulness from the enchant that you put onto your tool. Now that we've covered that, I think we're more or less done with the bulk of the interface here. Let's move over to recipe scan. Now this is actually my favorite part of Craft Sim. Trade Skill Master unfortunately never really caught up all that much with Dragonflight. They have made strides. It's still what I use for listing and posting auctions and for mail management and for I think for listing auctions, there's no more powerful tool. It's just for crafting. I never really figured out how to use it super well for crafting in Dragonflight. But it does also offer a similar interface, and everything prior to Dragonflight, Trade Skill Master is what I use to craft. That said, coming over to the recipe scan, what you're going to want to do here is these are the settings I tend to use. The first being optimize reagents. We don't really care about which quality we're using. We want to ideally use the cheapest mats we can so that we can maximize our profit. We want to include non-learned. The reason we're including that is because there may be a recipe that we can pick up at the auction house, for instance, Dream Tender's Charm, right? I don't have this recipe, but if it's profitable, it may make sense for me to buy it. Let's quickly put this into simulation mode and we can just manually check this as well, right? By using the best the best combination of gear and using illustrious insights, or lesser and illustrious insights, we can make 751 gold profit per insight. That's not bad, right? 34% is pretty decent. I think there's probably other crafts out there that do better for us. But the completionist in me might still end up just picking up this recipe just because. But that's why we want to include the not learned, especially for PvP gear and any tradable recipe. It sort of gives us an indication there. Similarly, some of these may require, right, like the Zaralek Cavern, the bartering, or this one. I thought we had picked up the recipe for this. If we haven't, we may try and figure out how to. We may grab this recipe real quick as well, and I'll explain how I tend to do that. But coming back to this, we definitely want to include gear as well. If there's gear we can sell in the auction house, why not? Um, I wouldn't recommend, by and large, using illustrious insights on gear, just because you're probably going to have to use up a full illustrious insight. And as I mentioned earlier, if your choice is crafting 5 faster moving consumable items versus one piece of gear, you're probably going to get a better return on the consumables. But we'll keep gear on here as well, just because we can see if we use it or not. We want to optimize the profession tools. And now, sorting by profit percentage is something that I use if I'm not looking to spend all that much. If you don't have a huge war chest, if you don't have a bunch of gold that you're willing to risk by on crafting, then I would probably check that on and focus on the profit percentage. Um, but even then, I would say generally you're probably going to want to sort by the overall amount of profit you can make, because illustrious insights are a limited um, supply item, right? We can't just get a whole bunch more. You get them from your knowledge points, you get them from dragon shards, are a good source of it, and also once you've maxed out your artisans consortium rep, you get a bunch of them weekly from this guy right here. And I think at Exalted, he gives you 150. He doesn't have the quest right now, because one of the first things I do whenever I log on to any of my Dragonflight characters is fly over and pick up the Artisan's Medal, just so I don't forget it for the week, and I gather it every week. Um, but yeah. Then, of course, since we have insights available, we're going to check this use insight if possible button. And we could optimize sub recipes. To be honest, I haven't tried it yet. It mentions that it's experimental, so I'm not going to bother for now. But then we'll just go through each of our professions and see for each character what the best use of their illustrious insight or artisan's medal is. So let's quickly scan. Let's do a quick scan for Jewelcrafting here and see how much profit we're able to make per illustrious insight with Jewelcrafting, and then we'll do the same for Enchanting and decide where we want to put our gold. So and one more thing I should probably also mention, that it's the other reason you want to keep the not learned recipes box checked is because, let's take this as an example, right? The BBF fist. Each craft is giving you 43,000 gold profit, right? 44,000 gold profit almost. This is a toy. Which means even if we don't sell it during Dragonflight, it will still be useful during the War Within. People are still going to want to buy this. There's probably going to be a lot fewer people crafting it, just because people tend to do the new content. And so there's a very good likelihood that the price of this item goes up. The other interesting thing here is that it requires an earthen soul. Like I said, I don't like farming things generally, especially things that are kind of a pain in the butt to farm, like souls, right? I think there's 4 or 5 different types of souls that you can farm, but these are bind on pickup, so either you or the crafter has to provide these. And even if I was to learn this recipe, first of all, it would take me a whole bunch of barter bricks or barter boulders, which requires a whole bunch of grinding in Zaralek Cavern that I'm not really in the mood to do. I think we need something like 80 barter bricks for this. I think with the barter boulders, it's like 30, something like that. But either way, I don't want to farm the recipe. I don't want to farm the earthen souls. Well, there's still a way that I can make gold with this item, right? I don't need to know the recipe or to farm the earthen soul item for it. All I can do is come over to this crafting order NPC and put up a public order for it. Now, we can look at the similar orders, But we know that we're going to be able to sell this for 48,000 gold on the auction house right now. Even if we look at the region average, it's at 22,000 gold, right? Is the average across the entire region. Um, and even if we wanted to be super pessimistic and go with the 8,500 that we see as the region sale average, that's still a huge amount of profit, because we can see from here, and I believe this is Auctionator that's showing me this here, the actual tradable reagents are only worth 1260 gold, right? So we could put together a public crafting order, supply whichever mats we have, and I would definitely recommend doing that just because it's better. But even if we didn't want to bother going through all of that effort, we can supply all of the mats that we either have in our inventory, or we can go and buy these from the auction house, and put them up. Give a good commission. Don't right. Just because we don't want to farm this ourselves doesn't mean we shouldn't value the other player's time. And so let's say the mats, the tradable reagents are worth 1260. We know we're going to be able to sell this for at least 8,500 gold. Be a little bit generous if you can afford to put up a public order with a commission of like 5,000 gold, and I guarantee you this will be filled by someone or the other. And then we can sell it on the auction house, right? And I do think it is kind of a service to people, because there are a bunch of people who have, who are playing the game not because they're gold makers, but because they're completionists, or because they want to make a little bit of gold on the side, but they don't really want to bother, playing the entire auction house game and spending a bunch of time optimizing everything in there, and so forth. And so it's a win-win scenario for all involved parties, right? They're getting gold to, they're getting paid for having unlocked the recipe that we can't be bothered to. They're getting paid for farming up the earthen souls that, again, we don't want to spend our time doing. And we're still making a profit, and it's all still good. So that's why it can be super powerful to keep that, keep it checked to show you even recipes that you don't have learned. All right, moving along. One of the things you will notice is that a lot of the prior seasons crafted profession gear will show up on this list. I would ignore them. The current season, in season 4, uses draconic combatants gear. Verdant was one of the, I think, the dream, the dream patches PvP gear. Crimson was before that, I believe. Before that was Obsidian, and even further back than that, there was something else that I don't remember what it was called. Maybe if I scroll up here, it'll jog my memory. I think those were the first 3 seasons were like Crimson, Obsidian, and then Verdant. And so, in any case, the only one that we care about right now is Draconic Combatants gear, because it crafts at eye level 451. Right? No one's gonna be buying a 412 or a 379 for more than it costs for a 451 piece of gear for their alts. So we can safely ignore those. Now, Dream Tender's Charm. So like I said, this is a recipe that we haven't learned yet. It is tradable. We can buy it on the auction house. And we will do that in a second, but I'll explain the best way to pick up these recipes super, super cheap. I'm talking about recipes that sell on my server for, tens of thousands of gold. I've picked up for as low as like 900 gold on other servers. And it's super, super easy to do that if you have a second account. Even if you don't have a second account, you can just get a friend to create an alt on a different account, and you trade them gold. They buy the item on that auction house for you and trade you back the item. And I'll show you you guys how we do that. I'll actually do a live example with the Dream Tender's Charm. It barely takes a couple of minutes, especially if you have the allied races unlocked, which is the other reason why you guys saw me unlocking all the allied races on stream the other day. Not only do we unlock some bonus profession skill points for some of them, but it's also handy because they start at level 10 and they can start right near faction capital, so they can just run over straight to the auction house, and bada bing, bada boom, we're done with that. All right, coming back to what we were doing. So, Dream Tender's Charm seems to be the most profitable item here. We see here that actually we don't even need to use Illustrious Insight, is what it seems to be telling me, but that doesn't look perfectly right, because if we look at the Dream Tender's Charm here, without using an Illustrious Insight, we can see that actually there's not too much profit to be made, right? Even if we put the optimal amount of items in here. So I think the interface is just bugging out there. I think the 1 and 0 that it's showing there. I think it's saying that we don't have any lesser illustrious insights in our inventory, which may be the case. Um, let's break that down and see if that fixes it. In either case, we can see that the way we get to that number is by using a lesser illustrious insight here and assigning this and equipping the best gear is how we get to 751 gold average profit per craft, right? What's going wrong here? We haven't put this in here. And it still doesn't seem to want to. There we go. What's going on? What am I missing? We had it a second ago. I'll be honest, every now and then CraftSim will bug out just the tiniest bit, but it is still super powerful, and if the numbers aren't making sense, just either go to another craft or do a quick interface reload in a worst case. But yeah, so that's how we get to 751 gold per craft. Now, the way I look at it is because we have a limited amount of illustrious insight that we can use on each of these characters, it sort of behooves us to not really focus too much on how much profit we're making on the other mats. I'm just going to equate them to this is the amount of profit we make per illustrious insight, right? It sort of makes sense to do that because that's kind of how we're going to think about concentration in the war within. So it's probably a good idea for us to already start thinking in that way, that look, we have a limited amount of resources per character, and how do we most efficiently deploy that within the time span we have. Can we farm artisan's metal? Sure. Is it going to be a good use of our time? Not really. Unless you have a fresh character who, can do all of their first craft bonuses, hasn't grabbed all their treasures, hasn't gotten their first 4 or 5, I think, dragon shards are guaranteed. The dragon shards give you about 50 artisan's metal each, which translates to, I believe, one illustrious insight takes 50 artisan's metal to craft. So each of those dragon shards is one additional illustrious insight, which is either one major craft or 5 minor crafts, right? But if we take this as an example, finding a dragon shard, which is one of those items that you turn in at the NPC over here. This is the item that I'm talking about, dragon shard of knowledge. You turn it in here and you get I believe it's 1 knowledge point and 50 artisan's metal for each one that you turn in, right? So super valuable, but there's not really a scalable way of farming them. You can fly around and farm dirt, but I honestly don't think it would be worth doing for the majority of cases. But coming back to what I was saying, what we're going to do is we're just going to take 751 gold per craft, multiply it by 5 because we get 5 lesser illustrious insights, and that means each dragon shard is worth at least 3755 gold to us, right? Not worth farming individual dragon shards, but artisan's metal, if you have a fresh character and you have all of your quests that you can still do to grab all the artisan's metal, definitely worth doing, especially if you don't have as much gold. Sitting on close to 30 million gold, 3,500 gold doesn't attract me all that much, which is why I won't bother farming it. But if you're under 1 million gold or even under 5 million, 10 million gold, I would say probably still worth your time. All right, that said, we've done it for jewel crafting. We can look through here and also find other items. So for instance, this convergent prism, it looks like we are out of stock on this. We can craft a couple of these and just send them over to our auction house character, and we can sell them at whatever point. So far, we've sold 87,000 gold worth of them. You can see the profit margins on these are absolutely huge. We've sold them for as high as 24,000 gold. I suspect the price of these will probably go up a lot during the war within. So if you don't have things like these learned, this is a good time in this lull between expansions to pick up all of these recipes, especially for things like toys, mounts, pets. These are recipes that'll be a lot easier to farm right now, especially since you're actively doing the content and everything's happening, that will pay a lot of dividends in future expansions. So what we're going to do is we're going to add 2 of these to queue, and the add-on that I use to Manage my queue is called Profession Shopping List. Great little add-on, super lightweight. It has a bunch of handy features. So this whole interface that we see here, where it reminds you your weekly and one-time knowledge point sources, that's part of Profession Shopping List. The other nice thing it does is it gives you this little interface here where you can just sort of track or untrack and add things to a shopping list here. So at the top here, it shows you the recipes that you've added to your shopping list. These are what we're going to craft. It shows you the reagents that you need to craft those, as well as how many of those you have. Now, the only thing it doesn't do is it's not able to segregate between reagent quality levels. So you do need to manage that slightly manually, but we're going to hit the auction house on the character that we're crafting on itself. So it's not as much of an issue. It would be kind of nice if it allowed you to, select which items you want to craft with, like which qualities you want to craft with rather, so that it can give you the the direct calculation of how many of those you need to buy. It may actually exist in the add-on options. I know that they're constantly adding things to it, so it may already be there, and I may have just missed it. But by and large, I prefer doing it manually, anyways, just so I have a bit of a better understanding of what I'm doing and what I'm buying. The other handy thing it allows you to do is it also allows you to do this for crafting orders. So let's say we were going to list a public crafting order for this item. If we hit track here, it's going to tell us what reagents we need to buy for this as well. Super useful. The only reason I'm not listing a crafting order for this is because I did already list 2 crafting orders, and I did get 2 of these crafted for me. So sorry guys, just give me 1 second. So I'm not going to bother placing another crafting order because we already have 2 of them in our inventory. All right. So one of the things that I would ideally like to do as well is just go through the lists here, and I would recommend you do this for your realm. Go through the list of miscellaneous items, and see if there's any of these items that you can't craft but that do have huge amounts of profit to be made. Right? The easy way to do that is click on an item, look at how much it's selling for. So the Zap Throttle Soul Inhaler, these have been one of the best sellers for me. If you don't even need to have an engineer to make gold with this, right? I made more than almost close to 600,000 gold, more than 500,000 gold selling this item with an absolutely huge profit margin, right? Because they're still selling for 1,600 gold, and the actual mats only cost about 200 gold, right? You don't even need to have an engineer to do this. You can buy all the mats and put them in and offer a reasonable commission if you have less gold, or you could literally just put in a commission of 500 gold and list a bunch of these public orders. Odds are, if you're on a server that's kind of active, someone will fill that, right? People are happy to fulfill crafting orders, and yeah, and then you can sell it for an 1,100 gold profit, right? Test it out. Do that with different items. Toys, especially powerful. I would recommend, if you're trying to make some, if you're looking at taking a longer term look at making gold, I would keep maybe 5 or 10 of each of these toys, right? Stick them on one of your alts and wait until midway through the War Within, when no one's doing Dragonflight content, no one is fulfilling Dragonflight content crafting orders. I'm not sure if the new crafting order interface shows Dragonflight orders in the same place. Presumably it would, but probably there's going to be less people focused on it, and there's probably going to be people who are going into the auction house and looking at all, toys that they can pick up from the auction house for a couple hundred, couple thousand gold that they don't have learned already to fill out their toy box. People love collecting things. Collectibles are always going to be a good gold maker. So yeah, I would go through and all these toys, even if they have mats that you don't want to farm, for instance, this one, right? Let's go ahead and actually do that. Let's list a crafting order here. We know we can sell this for about 15,000 gold. I don't have any of the mats on this character, but we'll place a public crafting order here, and we will offer a good profit because it takes time to farm these frosty souls. There's a cooldown of that's what you use these Zap Throttle Soul Inhalers for, by the way. it takes 5 minutes between each of the times that you can capture each of those. So we know that in order to craft the portable party platter for us, someone has had to spend at least 25 minutes just waiting and farming these souls for us. So let's offer them a good commission where we can sell this for 15,000 gold. The mats admittedly only cost 1,000 gold, right? But we're not. It's not accounting for this frosty soul. So I'm gonna put up a crafting order for with a commission of 5,000 gold, and we'll place that order, and it will get filled at some point, and then we will sell it for a lot more, right? Everyone's happy. The crafter doesn't mind because they don't want to bother posting and reposting and canceling and everything on the auction house. I'm more than happy to do that because I'm completely set up with Trade Skill Master and I have a dedicated character to do just that. So I don't mind doing that. And as a result, I'll take the profits that I get from doing that, and they're happy because they're getting a decent amount of profit on farming up their mats as well. So we'll place 2 orders for that because I do want to keep those on deck. Let's just quickly see if there's any of these that I think this our alts can craft. Um, 10,000 gold. This I don't think we have the recipe for, right? The mats only cost 422 gold, and here this is a really good example because the mats don't require anything to be farmed, right? And at its cheapest, the reagents just cost 422 gold. Now, I think my auctionator is a bit out of date. I don't think that's fully updated because I haven't updated auctionator, like I haven't done an auctionator scan in a while, which we will go do in a second. But we can craft these. I mean, at the very least, I need this toy just for my own collection as well, because as you can see there, it's not learned. But we'll put some crafting orders together for this as well. And this, since the mats are cheaper, we can see that it's selling for 10,000 gold. But I'm still going to be generous. Let's put a 2,000 gold commission, right? It's a hard recipe to farm. It's certainly not something that I want to bother going out and farming. I actually don't even know where we get this recipe from. I think it's another one of the Zaralek Cavern recipes. But we'll put those up. Someone will fill it in the next 48 hours, and then we will get this item and we'll sell it, throw it up on the auction house, and sell it for a lot more than we paid for it. All right, Khazgard Disenchanting Rod. I think we know how to craft this. This we'll look at when we get to enchanting, but we can craft that for ourselves. But again, you don't even need to have the profession, right? This character is enchanting and jewel crafting, and I just listed 2 engineering toys, right, that are pretty difficult if I was to go farm them for myself. Um, but uh, but yeah, we can have someone else craft it for us, or we can. I mean, if we really want a BOP item on one of the characters, we can just raise a crafting order to one of our alts. Now these ones we know how to craft. Let's see if there's any others. This is a good example. 683 for the tradable mats, right? But we need 6 souls, right? The toy sells for 32,000 gold. I've sold a bunch of these. I've sold about 45,000 gold worth of these. Now here, because it requires 6 souls, I think we should offer a lot larger commission as well. So I'm going to put up 6,500 gold, right? And no one else has a crafting order up for this, but I would happily pay 6,500 gold to buy this item and sell it for 32,000 gold. I'll take that deal all day. So let's put up 2 orders for that as well. Yep. So we've got 2 of those. Let's look at what else. 2,000 gold. This doesn't require any farmed mats, and rather like this doesn't require any souls. Is the main issue with engineering and a couple of the other toys that I won't bother to farm. But we have the recipe known for that. We don't know the recipe for this, but there's also not a whole bunch of profit, right? It's selling for 222 gold. I would probably hold on to a couple for the War Within, just because there's probably going to be fewer people crafting it at that point. 898, 187, right? This is a good toy as well. I don't know it, and it's cheap enough to craft that we can probably. I'm not gonna bother. I'm gonna order one for myself, and I'll offer a little 400. I'll offer 400 gold, double what the mats cost. Why not? Just because I need to learn it on my own character, to be honest. Right, and what I would do is, as you're finding these, favorite them. I'm not gonna bother on this character just because. Well, a couple of different reasons, but did we set up a centralized precipitation order? Nope, we don't have a crafting order up for that. Let's put that up, right? And here as well, we'll offer 6,500 gold, but that'll incentivize people to go out and farm the mats for us, and they'll make a little bit of gold along the way as well. All right, let's put up one more for this. And I'm just doing 2 orders of each of these because I'm actually bothering to spend the time to go through and figure out which of these toys I want to craft. Now this, for instance, our leatherworker can make, so I'm not going to bother placing a crafting order for it. I'll just do it on my leatherworker. And that's all the toys done. We can do the same thing for battle pets, but I think you guys get the idea. I mean, go through, figure out, for all these items where it makes sense. I tend to find the most profit is available through toys, but it could be other things as well, right? Generally with the consumables, since they craft at different ranks and you can't specify a quality um, for a public work order, like, so let's say the verdant tether, right? This can craft in 3 different qualities. If we put up a public order, it's most likely that we get a rank 1 or a rank 2, which means we're probably not going to be able to sell it at a profit, you know. Rank 1, I know it shows here is 442, but trust me, no one's paying 442 gold for a rank 1 verdant tether. The majority of sales will happen at rank 3 and then a couple sales at rank 2, but both of those will be costing you money. Like, you will lose money on those. The exception could be potentially on the PvP gear, but it's also important to remember there that whoever's crafting it has an advantage over you. So even I mean, yeah, we can see this here, right? The minimum buyout for this is 2,300 gold, and the average mats cost about 2,600 gold almost. So try your luck on your server. It may be profitable, but most likely if someone has bothered to learn these recipes, they're probably selling it on the auction house already. I know I probably wouldn't fulfill a crafting order for any of these items just because I know that I can, make more gold with the same number of button clicks by crafting it and listing it on the auction house myself. All right, but so the crafting order system can be super, super powerful for gold making. I mean, you can see here a lot of these personal orders that you're seeing here are orders that I've sent to my alts. You can see that the BBF fist here, I got these orders fulfilled for like 2,500 and 3,000 gold, and now they're currently listed on my auction house character at 48,000 gold. Right? It would be silly to not take advantage of the crafting order system. That said, the rest of these personal orders that you see here, these are just orders that I have sent to my alts in order to complete the weekly quests that they each get for their professions to complete X amount of crafting orders. So for tailoring, you need to complete 3 crafting orders. That's the 3 Wildercloth bags here. And there as well, profession shopping list is super handy in that it has this nice little quick order interface. So if we come back to my favorites here, Wildercloth bag, it saves this between sessions, and so Direz is the name of my tailor, and all I do every week is I come in here, I select the Wildercloth bag because I figured out that that's the cheapest item I can craft for a crafting order, and I'll hit the quick order button. You can choose whether you use local reagents, that's reagents that are available on the character that you're placing the order from, or not. And once you hit it here, once you hit this quick order button, it'll instantly send a private crafting order with the lowest commission possible and the lowest posting fee to your alt character, right? 12 hours and 1 silver. So a 1 silver commission and a 12-hour crafting order so that you don't pay too much of a posting fee. It'll send it to that character. And then down here, it will give you a button that allows you to repeat the last quick order. So you can just quickly click that twice more, and you now have, when you log over to your tailor, you can just pick up the quest for the crafting orders and bang them out through the personal crafting orders, and you don't need to wait around for public crafting orders or advertise a bunch in trade to get those done. All right, so a lot of ground we've covered, but maybe a little bit scattered, but hopefully you guys are getting some value out of this. And like I mentioned earlier, I will also be editing this down into hopefully a less scattered video. Let me put it that way. All right, let's quickly check if there's any crafting orders up that have mats or a commission that's worth enough that it makes sense for us to bother with. Doesn't look like it. All right, and let's check Enchanting real quick as well. Doesn't look like there's anything up. Okay, so we did that for Jewelcrafting, and the highest profit item that we could craft realistically with with jewel crafting per illustrious insight is 751 gold. Now let's come over to enchanting and let's do the exact same scan, and we'll move this over to enchanting. Keep the settings the same. I mean, the settings the same between professions, I think, and I think even between different characters on the same account. Let's move our chat out of the way here. All right. And so the highest profit item we can make is the Illusion Primal Mastery. Now this is a recipe that I actually haven't picked up on this character, but I actually do want to pick up because I know that these illusions sell really well. And it's unlikely that the recipe for this gets any cheaper as we go into future expansions, because there's going to be fewer and fewer characters running through Vault of the Incarnates, most likely. Now, of course, probably in the War Within, people can solo this, and so, they may be soloing it for transmog and pick up the recipe that way. But if they're doing that, they probably want to keep the recipe for their own enchanter, or, certainly probably aren't going to be selling it that much cheaper than it's available right now. So if we can find this cheap enough, I would definitely pick up this recipe. Check your realms, and I'll show you guys in a second how we pick up recipes, like how I find cheap ways to buy recipes across my region. But unsurprisingly, the main item that we want to craft here is Shadowflame Wreath. This enchant has done really, really well for me. Let's see if I can pull up. Yeah, so we've sold 93 of them so far, 1.4 million gold made off of it, right? And it's just a license to print gold, basically. We don't need to worry about crafting quality materials, just because enchanting in Dragonflight doesn't have any material quality. So all we literally need to do is apply hopefully a lesser illustrious insight. No, it does take a full illustrious insight. So we will see in a second whether or not we want to spend a full illustrious insight, but it may make sense for us to do so, right? Because it's an 88% profit margin, and we make 2,500 gold per time we hit the button. Of course, we only have 14 illustrious insights, and we did calculate that with the Dream Tender's charm, we make 3,500 gold per illustrious insight. So we probably want to do that instead. And so it seems enchanting for once isn't the best use of our gold, or of our illustrious insights. Until now, I have on this character primarily dumped illustrious insights into enchanting, just because that was turning out the best gold for us. Let's take a look if there's anything else that sort of may make sense. We have the Primal Frost enchant recipe, illusion recipe learned. Let's take out the BBF Fist. We've already crafted one of those. We wanted to craft some Convergent Prisms. We'll keep that there. Let's craft 2 of these as well. I don't know if we've learned this ourselves. We may have, but in either way, there's a good amount of gold to be made. So we'll craft 2 of those. Primal Air. We haven't learned that, but we should pick up this recipe as well, and we'll take a look at that in a second as well. Khadgar's Disenchanting Rod. This is just free gold, right? Let's craft 2 of these. We actually already have the mats for them, but we'll add 2 to the queue so that we pick up enough mats so that we can craft 2 of them. Draconic Resourcefulness rank 3 is selling for still a decent profit, which doesn't surprise me all that much. Now, what's interesting here is that we actually don't even need to add anything to this in order to be able to sell it profitably, right? We can craft it without an illustrious insight. If we add an illustrious insight, of course, our profit margin's higher, but actually without an illustrious insight, because of the fact that we are a blood elf, we have inherently more skill in the profession, right? That's one of the racial bonuses. And so we've entered this hidden skill value territory, which means that randomly the system will give us bonus skill points whenever we craft this. So we actually, even with the same level of inspiration, we have a higher chance than others of crafting this. So we're gonna do a quick little craft we'll do 100 of these. A quick little craft is how I'm gonna describe that. Now, we know that we get 16 silver per craft per inspiration point that we have. So here we already have the best level of inspiration enchant on our tool, but we're going to use up our Sagacious Incense to craft this. So let's do that. For enchanting for today, we're just going to craft 100 of these Draconic Resourcefulness. It looks like we can sell both rank 2 and rank 3 profitably, which is the dream zone, right? That's exactly what you want. Because even in a like the worst case scenario is you make less profit, and the best case scenario is you make a little bit more profit. I'm not entirely certain why Trade Skill Master is showing us make less of a profit on rank 3s than on rank 2s. I'm suspecting it has to do with the recent value thing that's showing up here. And actually, now that we look at it, maybe we don't do 100 of these. Let's do a more realistic, like 19, right? We can sell through 20 of these pretty easily at this level of profit. I think probably in the time that it takes us to sell 100 of them, we the prices probably get reset, and that profit's sort of out of there. All right, coming back here, we're doing the Dream Tender's Charm is where we said we're going to dump our illustrious insights. Actually, sorry, one last thing that I wanted to check for enchanting was whether the Spore Tender enchant that we have here, whether this uses a full or a lesser. Nope, this also uses a full. So doesn't really make too much sense. Yeah, I think we said the jewel crafting item that we were looking at, the Dream Tender's Charm, is giving us 750 gold per craft. Now, of course, the thing to note here is probably the sale rate on this is probably a lot lower than something like an enchant, right? People buy a lot more enchants than they buy specific optional reagents, just by the nature of what they are. But I don't think we should have too much of an issue selling through most of these, and we're going to test it out by just crafting a few of them, right? They are pretty expensive to craft at about 2,400 gold. Let's actually do that while we're talking. Let's do a full auctionator scan. I think it's been a while since we've done an auctionator scan, actually. It doesn't take that long. It's something that you need to do manually. You can set it up in the settings to automatically scan every time you open up the auction house, but I tend to not leave that setting on because 9 times out of 10 I don't really bother too much with auctionator. I primarily use Trade Skill Master with the desktop plugin that downloads and has the latest server-wide data ready for me to go. And it looks like it's just taking a second here to complete the scan. I'm actually going to just take a quick little break. I think we're just about at the hour mark of the stream as well, so we'll be right back. Alright, and we're back just in time for our WoW window to hang on us. Alright, the scan is complete. We're at 100% completion on the scan. I can't see my character for some reason. Let's do a quick reload of the interface, both to refresh our TSM data, as well as to just make sure that the auctionator data gets saved properly. And what we're going to do is we're going to craft everything that we just queued up, and then we're going to hop over to my banker toon, post everything in the auction house, and also look at what's been selling the past couple of days. Then we'll go back to the main account, move over to our Tailor Leatherworker, quickly go through the same process. It should go a lot quicker when I'm not explaining everything. Again, back to the banker, post everything up. Then we will do probably, so engineering I did last evening, so we're not going to bother with that. We'll quickly hop over to our blacksmith. I think we have to pick up some treasures and things like that, so we'll get out into the world, pick up the treasures for the knowledge points, and craft anything that, you know, use up all of that artisan's metal that we have, try and see what best we can do with it. Then we will look at our alchemist scribe and go through the same thing, post everything up, and let's see how far that gets us. We may do some remix content as well, because I do need to still level a bunch more alts for the War Within. And actually, we've also gathered enough bronze on our main alt now to fully upgrade all of their gear. So that's definitely something I want to do on stream. And then probably this week we'll spend some time going back into the beta and seeing, you know, if they fix tailoring, then we can probably update my I can probably update my thoughts a bit on tailoring. But we can also start playing around with some of the other trade skills. I have been tinkering around with things like enchanting and then some of the other trade skills. And interestingly enough, because we don't have inspiration, there's actually a lot more that you can do with professions. It changes it quite a bit how the different professions play. All right, so we will need to rescan this real quick. Let's just do that, see if anything changed. It looks like the Dream Tender's Charm, if anything, just became more profitable for us to craft. So that's definitely a good sign. It looks like the Dream Tender's Charm remains the most profitable use of our illustrious insight for this character. We'll quickly check enchanting. Let's see if we're nope. This even with the best gear, we'd only make about 75 gold profit, so not really worth it. And everything else seems to make less than that. The rhinestone sunglasses. This is the recipe that we need to pick up. And so basically for jewel crafting, we need to buy the rhinestone sunglasses and the Dream Tender's Charms recipes. We'll go pick those up in a second. Dream Tender's Charms, I'm just gonna queue up 9 of them. Let's test out with 10 of these, right, before we dump all of our illustrious insight into them and then get stuck with a bunch of items that we can't sell. I think we will most likely, even with the best quality, with our best gear and with the illustrious insight, I think we will still need all rank 3 ingredients for this. Yep, that's what it's saying. To maximize our profit, we need all rank 3 items. Let's quickly swap over to enchanting and run our scan again, just to make sure that we're going to be able to sell. Looks like it's still stuck on jewel crafting, and it was rescanning for jewel crafting instead of scanning for enchanting like we wanted it to. Done, and Primal Mastery remains the biggest. Shadow Flame Wreath, let's see. It's still only giving us 2100 gold, and we calculated that actually now with jewel crafting, with the Dream Tender's Charm, we're making almost 5,000 gold profit per illustrious insight, which is great, right? Very happy with that. Draconic Resourcefulness, without using an illustrious insight, we're still making 585 gold profit. Looks like the prices are still pretty high up on this. Maybe someone reset the prices for this, which I am not complaining about, right? We're not using illustrious insight, so we could theoretically craft as many of these as we want. The main struggle will be in selling them all before prices crash again, so that's the reason we're only doing 20 of these. That said, I don't think anything else has changed too much. We're gonna, when we look at picking up recipes, we're gonna see if we can find a Primal Mastery Illusion recipe on the cheap, and same thing for Primal Air as well. Alright, so our crafting queue is done. We're going to hit this button here, which creates an Auctionator shopping list for us. And then we'll come over to the shopping tab in Auctionator, and if we hit it again, it'll add each of these items with the specific quantities that we need of each. Now, for things like the projection prism, doesn't really matter. I prefer to go through item by item as opposed to using that big long list. And we'll just pick up the cheapest amount of each of these, right? We only need 1 projection prism. Turns out rank 3 is the cheapest, so we just buy 1 of those. Resonant crystals, there are no item levels, and so we'll just quickly hit this. You can see it automatically puts the quantity. I have had some disastrous errors with manually buying prior to Profession Shopping List adding this feature that allows you to buy the mats through Auctionator. I would manually go through each of these reagents and add the quantity that I needed. And I remember at one point I ended up accidentally buying, I think it was like I needed to buy 1 of the, what do you call the items that give you the contracts. I meant to buy 1, and I ended up accidentally buying 1,700 of them. Which we then had to sell. Luckily, I think we did manage to sell the bulk of them at a profit. But you can see here, I bought them at 200 gold and sold them on average for 214 gold. So very small profit, but we did make a profit overall in selling those. I think I wanted to buy one and I ended up buying 1,700 of them. I'm definitely really grateful for this feature um, in profession shopping list. All right. Let's just make sure that we're still advertising in trade chat for crafting orders. If in case anyone sends us a crafting order, right, it costs us nothing to fulfill those and just makes us some extra gold. All right, we bought the resonant crystals. Let's buy our elemental harmony. Are we using these for the dream tenders charms? Let's quickly double check, because everything we need for the dream tenders charms we need at rank 3, and I think we said we're doing 10 of these crafts. So let's just buy these at rank 3, right? There's not a huge difference in the gold price. Now, if we want it to be super economical, we could hop over to our, well, we could actually check in Jewelcrafting. Let's quickly check. I've already bought the items, but if you have the time and the energy, or if you really want to maximize your gold, you can come here and see that actually we could have even made 15% or more while crafting these, right? We could have made 17%. We could have saved an extra 13 gold per craft on these and gotten these for 30 gold. So if you're really min-maxing, if you really, if you're low on gold and you're really trying to figure out the best way to do things, it's definitely worth taking the time to check on that. All right. We can't favorite the Dream Tenders charm because we haven't gotten the recipe yet, but we'll go pick that up in a second. Let's pick up all of our mats first. So, Yes Emeralds we're using for this. We have 2 of them already, and we need 11 in all. So we need 20 of them. Look, the 2 gold, 35. It's fine. I'm just gonna buy some extras. These are the expensive mats. Now, these are required for this, right? That's where the bulk of this crafting cost is coming from. But we'll pick up 10 of these in any case, about 20,000 gold. Not too bad, considering we're going to be making more than that in profit. Let's pick up our Dreaming Essences. We already have 6 of them, so we only need 4. Illimited diamonds. So this, we're not even using them for this, right? We're using them for that, for the jewel crafting toy that we added here, the convergent prism. So this we can just buy the lowest quality of and be fine. Glowing Titan orbs, no quality, so that's a blind purchase we can make. Shimmering clasps, we are using this for this. Again, we could craft these. I think it is profitable to craft them, but I cannot be bothered to go through it. And one handy feature here is that for all of these, if you know the recipe, if you control click on it, it'll add it to the queue here and add the mats here. It will also still keep it as an item. You just need to make sure that you manually skip that when you're actually buying things. On Awakened, you can, what I would usually do is, you can see I have another shopping list here for just Awakened and Rousing, and if I have the time and energy, I will see whether it's cheaper to buy 10 of the Rousings and convert them myself into Awakened. But right now I'm just trying to get through this quicker rather than min-maxing everything. Right. All right, let's add that, and Vibrant Shards. So we need 40 of them. We have 52. But I think we're using quite a few of them, and if we just control click here, it'll take us directly to that recipe. Yeah, I think totally we actually need, or is it Vibrant Shard? Yeah, we need 92 of them, so that's why it's only asking us to buy 40 of them. All right, Matt's bought. Let's quickly, I think we are actually going to just quickly do the resourcefulness enchants real quick. I'm super worried that the price on those is going to drop, so I want to craft those and get those posted before we do anything else. We're in Enchanting. We need, actually, do we need to be at the enchanting table for it? We don't need to be. Is there anything else for crafting that would benefit from resourcefulness? Not really. Okay, so we can just do this actually right at the mailbox itself, or in front of the auction house, if in case we decide that we want to craft some more of anything. All right, Draconic Resourcefulness. Now, first things first, I'm going to pop an aerated file of quick hands. This just increases my crafting speed. It's literally just a quality of life thing. It doesn't make any difference to our profitability or anything like that. We have our enchanting vellums, which is what we want to put all of these enchants onto. And the only other thing we do before we hit that lovely enchant all button is we need to pop down our incense, which is right here. So we pop down the incense, make sure that we have the buff here, and its inspiration increased by 20. So my calculations were a little bit off. It's actually 20 inspiration for using a rank 3 as opposed to 30, which I think I mentioned earlier in the stream, but it doesn't make a difference. We can see our profitability has gone up here a little bit. All right, now let's craft up, queue up. All right, doesn't want to let me do it through that. I don't know which of my add-ons blocks that, but we'll do 20 of these real quick. And what I like to keep open is this craft results, the craft sim craft results window. And this is just showing us how much profit we're making here as we go. Oh, interface is glitching out on us a little bit. There we go. I think every time it crafts, it's resetting the window, which is why it's glitching out a bit like that. All right, so we just made 13,000 gold in profit. Like I mentioned, even though we only have a 37% inspiration chance, you'll see looking through this, the bulk of these got crafted at rank 3. I think we literally only had one rank 2 that got crafted um, while doing this because of that hidden skill value thing that I mentioned, right? Did we can't multi-craft proc for enchants, which annoys me to no end, but it is what it is. And yeah, I think we had one rank 2 enchant version of that enchant in our bags already because seeing through here. Um, or no, we did craft 2. It also shows us the final results here. So we crafted 20, 18 of which ended up at rank 3, which is of course higher than 37% because of that hidden skill value bonus that I mentioned. All right, I'm not going to bother logging over to my banker alt just yet because we still have a bunch of other things we need to craft. But I do want to get these enchants thrown up on the auction house as quickly as possible. Now, with fast-moving region-wide items like these, I like to post them in smaller quantities. The reason being is that we've posted 5 now, right? But any minute now, someone's going to come in and post another 2 or 3 on top of this. If I'm going to be online for a while, I'll typically post these in batches of 2, 3, 4, 5, depends how many I've crafted in all. The Dream Tenders charms, I mean, this I have 18 of them to move through, so I'll probably do them in groups of 5. And this is also super off peak hours for my server, right? It's 8 a.m. on a Saturday um, for North American servers, so there's not going to be a lot of competition online, nor are there going to be a lot of customers. So it's probably not super important, but definitely at peak times, you want to be doing this and just refreshing and posting as you go. Okay, let's go ahead and craft the other items that we have, and then we'll quickly pick up all of the recipe. We'll buy up the recipes that we need. Um, Ideally, if we wanted to make the best use of our Sagacious Incense, we should stay here because I think it does despawn if we fly away. Hopefully flying over to the Jewelcrafters nook doesn't cause it to despawn, but it doesn't really matter because we don't need it for anything else anyway. And even if that's all we got, it only cost us 39 or 29 gold or whatever. Okay, Jewelcrafting. We need to craft Dream Tender's Charm. We don't have the recipe for it yet. We wanted to craft a Convergent Prism. Let's quickly equip the gear we need for that and craft one of these. This we will send over to our auction house character. For this, we do need to go over to the Enchanter's Lectern for both of these items. Let's quickly mount up. And we'll just quickly craft these. All right. Illusion, Primal Frost. We're crafting 2 of these. Let's make sure. One thing to always make sure is that we're double checking and staying certain that we've got the top profit here and that we've got the top gear equipped for that. Let's craft the 2 of these that we need. I don't know if I've actually learned this on my own character, but hey, we have the recipe, so we can learn it down the line when we want to as well. Khadgar's Disenchanting Rod. The top gear is equipped, so we'll craft 2 of these. And then I will show you guys how I find recipes that I want to buy for super cheap on my region. And let's just mail these over to our banker alt. Now, the way I did it for Dragonflight, at least, is I actually made a completely separate banker character just for my Dragonflight auctions. The reason being is because my main banker sells a lot of transmog, and so sometimes I wouldn't have time to log on to, cancel scan or to repost everything, right? With transmog, we're talking about thousands of items listed on the auction house at any given point. Um, and when I say transmog, I primarily mean all world transmog that's crafted, that's farmed, whatever, wherever I get transmog from. Some of that you can even buy from vendors for gold and sell for a decent profit on the auction house, right? Um, but that's sort of why I do it that way. Um, may also benefit you guys. Days you have more time, you can bother reposting transmog. And transmog I generally put up for 48 hours. If it sells, it sells. I'm not going to bother cancel scanning and all of that. Whereas the Dragonflight auctions, I want to be checking on those every day, potentially multiple times a day. To Depending on how much inventory I have that I want to clear, I may bother cancel scanning. A lot of times I will just post things up and see if they sell or not. All right, so now we had 3 recipes that we wanted to learn. The first was the Dream Tender's Charm. I think the other one that we said was the Rhinestone Sunglasses. I'm just going to queue one up here so that we have everything that we want to learn in one nice tidy little place. I think the Primal Air we wanted, Primal Earth. Let's see if we can pick it up cheap enough. Why not? And the Primal Mastery. I do wonder if the Primal Invocation Extract is still profitable, because I think in order to craft this, we need to disenchant a pet. We may actually bother learning the full recipe for this, although there's not a lot of gold per craft in it. And it looks like without even using the Lesser Seed site, we can guarantee rank 3s. 103 gold profit margin is pretty decent. We may do that later on in the stream, but it's not this isn't going to be a high priority for us. All right, now how do we get these recipes on the cheap? So the first thing we want to do is we want to use a tool called it's not called Ouroboros Exchange anymore. It is called Undermine Exchange. That's the one. All right, now used to be called Ouroboros Exchange. It's now called Undermine Exchange. For some reason, I can never remember the actual name of it. But what we're going to do is we're going to search for this recipe. So let's take Primal Mastery first, or let's save ourselves some time and just type in Illusion Primal, right? Because that should give us search results for all of the recipes that we want to pick up. And it may take a second to load here. There we go. All right, so it will give us auction house details for each of these just through our browser. Now, this is the formula that we want to pick up. On Illidan, on my server, it's selling for 399,000 gold. If we scroll down to the bottom here, we can sort by price, and we can see that it's actually possible to pick up this recipe for 20,000 gold on Dragonflight. Now, it does show a quantity of 0, and that was 14 days ago, so actually our server is the cheapest. 399,000 is the cheapest that we can pick it up on in my region. So this one we probably don't bother buying today, but we check when we can pick it up next. Like we keep checking this every couple of days and seeing when we can pick it up for cheap. All right, Illusion Primal Earth I see is actually the cheapest recipe here. And again, we're going to scroll down to the bottom, sort by price, and it looks like there's one available on Kael'Straz for 7,500 gold. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think we should be able to... Well, we can't make that back with one craft, so even that one I think we're going to wait with. I think Primal Air, let's take a look if we're able to pick it up anywhere cheap enough that it sort of makes sense to pick up. 7,500 gold as well. Well, we need to sell like 6 or 7 of them, which I don't see us realistically doing. So I'm probably not going to bother picking up any of these, and we're just going to remove them from the queue here. Let's search for Rhinestone next. And this is the item we want. Design, not the actual design rhinestone. We want the rhinestone in quotation marks like that. And this is a lot cheaper, as we can see, at 59,000 gold. But again, we'll sort by price, and we can pick it up for 28,000 on area 52. Now, let's come back here and let's see what our average profit was. It has been as low as 10,000 a while ago, but I think this probably would have gotten sniped pretty quick. How much is our profit on these rhinestone sunglasses? Around 400 gold. So again, probably doesn't really make sense to do. Let's just pick up our Dream Tender's charm. Here we know that we can make a good profit on this. And hopefully this one isn't too expensive. Design Dream Tender's charm. That's the item we want. Oh, it looks like it's on our realm going for 500 gold right now. I doubt it'll be much cheaper. Yeah, we could save another 100 gold by going anywhere, by going to another realm. But okay, looks like none of these recipes are any cheaper than our current realm. So, which kind of makes sense. Illidan, the server I play on, is one of the largest US servers. So let's just pick up this recipe from here and be done with it. Which actually means we don't need to bother logging on to another character. So sometimes you get lucky like that, and it is what it is, right? All right, we have all of the mats. We've learned the recipe. Let's add it to favorites. I need to clean up my favorites a bit because some of these are no longer as profitable as they once were. Right, we can take off these because I don't know how much gear we're going to be crafting. This one is also not as profitable anymore. Yeah. Band of New Beginnings. So I didn't touch on this too much because it's less relevant now at this stage of Dragonflight. But I covered this when we were talking about the War Within. The blue leveling gear that you learn from the trainer is actually one of the most powerful items. A couple of other things that I made a boatload of gold with during Dragonflight was, you know, the blue leveling gear that we craft. Enchanting is not a great example because we only have a wand, and generally that wasn't super popular. But this Band of New Beginnings, right? You can see we sold 619 of them. We made about 431,000 gold just off of this item, right? The Band of New Beginnings. Generally, anytime anyone's leveling up a new character, the latest expansion has a much higher eye level than the previous expansion. So someone who's just gotten into Dragonflight, right? You've finished Chromie time or however you've leveled your character to 60. Once you hit level 61, you want to buy a ring or you want to buy any gear from the new expansion because the eye level is a substantial jump up. And the blue crafted gear is going to be better than the green quest gear that you get, for instance. So, I mean, I do this when I'm leveling up a new character, is right, I go to the auction house, or in my case, because I have one of every single profession at the very least, I craft it for myself. But all the same, these items have a lot of profit in them. And we made a lot of gold from this, especially in terms of tailoring, leatherworking, blacksmithing. You know, the gear crafting professions, super powerful, super easy to get these recipes because you literally just pick them up off the trainer. And so hard recommend on those as well. The other thing that we made a decent bit of gold with, which will also be really powerful at the start of the War Within, is profession gear. This gear profession, this green profession gear, right? The first stuff that you can get your hands on. As you can see, just picking one at random, we sold 288,000 gold worth of these at insane profit margins, right? These were always super cheap to craft. Frameless lenses we crafted ourselves, but again, very cheap to craft, right? Barely take any mats. 2 ore, 1 gem, and a crafted item, right? And like a crafted material that barely costs anything. I mean, these right now are still making us a 565% profit. When we were selling them for, 1,700 gold a piece, that's our average sales price. Look at that, 1,700 gold average sale price for 169 units. That is absolutely bananas, right? This never cost me more than at most a couple hundred gold to craft, and we sold them for that much. Same thing goes with all of these, right? This one, slightly less, probably just didn't spend as much time on it. Chromatic Focus, I know, did really well for me. 540,000 gold. We sold them on average for 1,700 gold, and we sold 314 of them, right? Again, this literally costs just 4 dust and 1 shimmering clasp. I remember there was a time at which I couldn't craft these fast enough, And if I'm not mistaken, I think no, it's not the shimmering clasp. There was an item that you could buy from the vendor at like at one point that went into one of these items. But again, these are going to be very powerful in the War Within. The War Within versions of these will be very powerful for early gold making. Um, and like they always say, when there's a gold rush, you don't sell gold, you sell shovels, right? That's what we want to do as much as possible. Other people want to make what they think is big gold, but there's a lot of money in these small gold crafts that people get, overlook. They see this as, I need to buy, like, the only reason I need to know how to craft this is to craft it for myself. But that's where you make a whole bunch of gold, is selling them these items that they're going to need along the way. Okay, so let's actually go ahead and do our jewel crafting so that we can log on to our other characters. We have a bunch more characters that we need to take through our professions. All right, let's assign our illustrious insights, and then we have to swap over our gear. It doesn't seem, I think we're too far out of range of the dream tender of the jeweler's bench, as it were. Now, why is it telling us we can only craft 5 of these? Do we have enough lesser illustrious insights? We may need to convert some more of our larger illustrious insights into the lessers. All right, there we go. We just didn't have enough of them crafted. All right, let's move this out the way, and let's move this over here so we can see it nice and big. And yep, gear is equipped, materials are optimized, and illustrious insight is inserted. We have it guaranteeing rank 3, and let's go ahead and hit the create all button here. And ideally we want resourcefulness to proc on our dreaming antler fragments so that we can maximize our profit. We didn't get lucky this time. Of course, it was only 10 of them that we crafted, so that's also why. But as you can see here from our why is our crafting results not updating? Let's try refreshing the window. Okay, so for some reason our craft log didn't update, but we know that we were making about 1,000 gold on each of these, so we made about 10,000 gold. So totally we made around 30,000 gold. Not a huge amount, but that's also because we're being a little bit guarded, and I spent a bunch of time explaining everything that I'm doing, which hopefully is of use to some of you guys. That said, let's go ahead and mail these over to our banker character. I don't see the Dream Tender's charms. Which just means it's lost in my inventory somewhere. Here we go. Dream Tender's charms. Let's send this over to our banker character, and we'll quickly hop over to them to get everything posted so that we hopefully start selling these while we're doing our crafting on other characters. Was there anything else we needed to craft on this character? I don't think so, right? PSL would have told us if there was. And we don't need to worry about any cooldowns for this. We don't really care about knowledge points either, so that's also not super relevant. All right, let's go ahead and log out of this character, and let's swap over to our second account. Let's full screen and go on to our Dragonflight banker. And part of the reason why we don't have too many things to craft for our Jewelcrafter and Enchanter is because, being my main, I've already crafted a lot of the items that I would normally want to craft on that character. And also because we don't need the knowledge points, we're not going to craft anything other than what's going to give us maximum gold. What I'll probably do either this evening or tomorrow, or later on this week, is probably come back and craft more of those Dream Tender's charms if we sell through all of them super easily. All right, now I've also done some crafting runs on my tailor and on my engineer. We didn't quite craft everything on my engineer, like we didn't burn through all of the artisan's metal and illustrious insights that we have. But we did do some crafting, right? And on my tailor and leatherworker, we not only bought the recipe for, but we also crafted a whole boatload of the Shadow Flame tempered armor patches and the verdant conduits. We also bought the recipe super cheap using the exact same method I showed you guys by coming in here and figuring out which server on our region had the best price for it. We picked up the temporal spell thread recipe, which we sold out of more or less instantly. Like they all sold at once. I think someone reset the market on it. This recipe cost us 55,000 on our home realm, and I think I picked it up for like a couple thousand gold on another realm. Same thing with this, right? It cost 250,000 gold on my home realm, and I picked it up for 10,000 gold on another realm. Um, Ideally, we can probably, if we're able to pick these recipes up for 10,000 gold, it probably behooves us to pick it up on that realm and sell it on our home realm for, let's say, 200,000 gold. And we may do some of that. I definitely feel like I don't leverage having two accounts for cross-realm trading nearly enough. Similarly, you know, if uh, if the PvP gear, for instance, is not selling at a high enough price for that we like on our home realm, we could very easily craft them on our home realm. Mats are region wide anyway, so the map price isn't going to change, and then trade them to a character that's on another realm and list them on the auction house there, and then face a lot less competition and probably sell quicker at a higher margin. So we may tinker around with that. If you guys are interested, let me know in the comments, let me know in the chat, and I'll be happy to cover that one of these days. um, Give me 1 second. Oh, what happened to my camera? That doesn't look great. uh, just a second. Okay, so like I was saying, with these items, so this is something that we put engineering into. With these items, I'll typically post them in twos. We don't have too many of them to sell. Scopes, consumables, these are all things that move pretty fast because we're selling them on the region-wide auction house. So there's a lot more buyers, whereas things like this, I believe, are on our local server's auction house. So we're just going to post these in batches of 4 or 5, depending on how many we have that we want to sell. And you can see I've been doing that last evening as well. Draconian Fisher Friend. Yeah, so I think that's another item that we didn't really cover, is you also want to be keeping, as a good goblin, you want to keep an eye on what the different weekly quests are. Now that is both for your profession as well as for other in-game sort of things that players care about, right? Examples of this would be in Dragonflight, we had the barter brick quests. So if we fly over to, I think we already picked up the quest on this character, but if we come down to Zaralek Cavern, or is it in the Emerald Dream, perhaps? Pioneer's leather boots. Well, we should go turn that in because we need to. We need all the points we can get here. Did I already pick this up, or did we already complete it potentially? Or I may just not have unlocked Zaralek Cavern through the questline on this character. I think I may not have done the barter brick questline. In either case, my point is, for leatherworking, we've already done the weekly quest, but generally the leatherworking quest will require, two of, I think, this week's quests required the floral basket, and we needed to provide the quest giver with 2 floral baskets, right? I generally tend to keep mats on deck for this because of the fact that I know that this is one of the quests that pop up. But on a week that you see this active, now, even though we can make 99 gold crafting it ourselves, a lot of people just pick up their quest and they head straight to the auction house, and instead of buying the mats, they just buy the crafted items, right? They're willing to spend an extra 100 gold, like an extra 200 gold, to just not have to think about crafting it and getting the right mats and getting the material quality and everything. And so on weeks like this, we can make a 3,036 profit by just crafting up, I don't know, a dozen, 2 dozen. I mean, how many ever? Really, after a certain point with crafting in World of Warcraft, it comes down to how many can you sell as opposed to how many you can craft for items like this where there is no limited reagent that you need to put in, right? But so yeah, I would craft like 20 of these, post them on the auction house, and they will all sell. And you know, that's an extra. I mean, in this case, it would be only about 2,000 gold profit. But again, if we look at how much we've sold these overall for, right, the mats barely cost anything, and we have sold 150,000 gold worth of these. Now, the bulk of these are early on in the expansion when people were still learning their professions, and that's where the bulk of our sales came from. As much as I say this is a good idea, I haven't been as active about actively doing it, but it's definitely something I recommend those of you looking to maximize your gold, especially before the War Within, to do, is, you know, whatever profession you have, check what the weekly quest is, what crafted item it requires, and it will always be something that, you know, the trainer itself teaches you, so you almost certainly have that recipe or can just grab it off of the trainer and sell it to other leather workers for a tidy little profit. Now, this character is my main alt, I guess, and we have tailoring and leatherworking, not fully maxed out. We have picked up all the treasures. I actually, in all honesty, only picked up all the treasures like the day before yesterday, because I realized that I was still missing some. And we've actually maxed out all of these trees on this guy, so all of the gear, all the textiles, everything. The only thing left to dump points into is the cloth collection. I never really bothered with it because I don't really farm, and cloth generally is cheap enough. I can afford to buy enough cloth to do whatever I need to, right? But if you are looking to farm, or if you're treating tailoring like a gathering profession, which if you have on your main, I think could be really profitable to do, then you'd probably want to max this out, right? By maxing it out, you get a significant amount of bonus cloth from humanoids, which is huge. I don't know how much this totals up to, because each of these nodes give you 10%. This one gives you 20. These each give you 10. So 50 total. That's what, I think 500% bonus, or 510% bonus or something like that. Or no, each point gives you 1, so that'll give you 100% bonus itself. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so like 200%. You'd get 3 times as much cloth if my math is correct, or yeah, 2.5 times as much cloth or whatever if you max this out. And also you have the ability to gather better quality reagents, right? You can actually loot full-on bolts. We looked through this talent in the War Within as well, and it's even more powerful because I think you get some sort of elemental items that are super powerful as well. Now, we have actually done our I don't know why it's not showing our top gear for some reason. Let's just quickly reopen tailoring, and there we go. Oh, we had it and then we lost it. Okay, because I think it's because illustrious insights don't use any like profession equipment. Doesn't matter for illustrious insight. I don't think crafting speed affects it either. First things first, obviously we're just going to quickly check if there's any crafting orders up that are providing any sort of meaningful commission. We can check this. Nope, we lose gold on that. We can check anything that has, does this have the, yeah, see, the artisan's metal. We value our artisan's metal more than 1,200 gold for 225 artisan's metal. That's a whole bunch of illustrious insights. I say that, of course, I haven't used it up until now, so I clearly don't value it as much as I probably should have. But we can craft 54 illustrious insights, which means we can craft around 500 lesser illustrious insights. Now, I know what you're thinking. What are we going to do with we already have 69 of them, nice, on hand, and we're crafting another 54, so we're gonna have what, like 125 illustrious insights, I think. And that's not even counting the lesser illustrious insights, which I think we still have some on hand as well. But I will show you guys. Yeah, we have another 36. So we're probably thinking we have 125 of them, right? We're gonna have 530 some odd illustrious insights. What are we gonna do with all of that, right? And we have another dragon shard of knowledge that we'll go turn in a little bit as well. Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna craft consumables that we can sell for a whole bunch of gold on the region-wide auction house for. Now, the verdant tether is not the item I'm thinking of. The verdant conduit was the main one that we looked at for leatherworking. We will run the exact same scan that we did on the other characters while we're crafting all of our illustrious insights. Let's come over here and hit the scan recipes button. We also have 4 Agile Weaving Chronocloth Bolt cooldowns that we can do on this character. Um, Tailoring cooldown super powerful, including in the War Within. We looked at it in the beta overview that we did. The first look in tailoring that we did. You can check out my channel if you wanna look at those videos. Of course, being a gear crafting profession, like I said, a lot of these are going to be prior seasons items, right? But no one's spending 49,000 gold on a 412 item level item. That's just not going to happen. If we saw Draconic in here, we would be interested, but none of these are Draconic. All right. Similarly, the Explorer's Banner of Herbology. This gives you a bonus to air and frost elementals damage, and 24 deafness and finesse. I think that's the more useful one for herbalists. That said, I don't think they're going to spend 2,000 gold on it, right? There's only one auction listed, which means probably not selling super well. It's not particularly cheap to craft, it looks like. um, it's like 155 gold to craft. Could we craft this and throw it up in the auction house? Probably. Are we gonna bother? Not really. I don't think I've sold any of these. I do remember crafting them at one point. I think it literally just expired in my mailbox. So we're not gonna bother with that. We're just gonna skip that one. Frozen Spell Thread. This would be a good item to sell, right? The average profit per item is 1100 gold, and this should only use a lesser, or no, okay, this does use a full illustrious insight, so we're probably not gonna bother with that. The point being because we would need to grind Cobalt Assembly Rep, which I just cannot be bothered to do. But if you have this recipe unlocked, or if you actually did grind out your Cobalt Assembly, probably a good call. Again, check your servers. Now, the Surveyor's Cloth Treads. If I'm not mistaken, this item is used for the weekly quest this week. Let's hop back over to this character. Did we post everything? I think we posted everything, but I think the only other thing we need to do is then open up our mailbox. Sorry to be jumping around, guys. Looks like we already sold one of the Dream Tenders charms, and we sold one of our scopes as well. So hopefully if we're able to sell these at off-peak times, we can sell even better during peak hours, and when we should bother crafting more of them. And we're still winning here. We're still the cheapest there. We're not going to be the cheapest on these because these are region-wide auction house items. And that's probably why we only sold one. We probably got undercut right after that. Or not. Let's post one more up. It looks like this may be Dream Tender's Charm. Let's just quickly check. I'm not sure if this is a server level item, or I think this is a server-wide item. I think this is a rather server-locked item versus I think the Shadowflame Tempered Armor Patch. Or no, it is region-wide maybe? I don't know. In any case, let's quickly open up all of our mail, and I'll just walk you guys through what we've been selling. So, we have sold some of this Draconium in case Camouflage, in case you guys don't know. Some of these are this one, the Mire Lush Hide Sack. I don't know if we saw that on here. I thought I saw it somewhere here. Some of this is profession equipment that I just happen to see, you know, decent enough profits on, or that we crafted for a first craft bonus or whatever. This is of course that crafted PvP gear, which is selling. Shadowflame Tempered Armor Patch is what we dumped a lot of our Artisan's Metal into for leatherworking on the other character that we were just looking at. Other things we sold, like I said, the Temporal Spell Thread here, right? We've sold 50,000 gold worth, 46 of them in basically one swoop. Lustrous Scaled Hide, I just had a bunch of these lying around on my tailor that I didn't really have a clear path to using, so I just decided, look, they're selling for a decent amount, and we made another 9,000 gold off them, right? Mats are probably only going to go further down in cost as we get closer and closer to the war within, just because there's less and less demand. We also started crafting and selling Azure Weave Expedition Packs. These are the 34 slot bags. I actually crafted these intending to give them to all of my alts because my alts are still rocking 32 slot bags. But prior to Dragonflight, prior to the war within, I do want to upgrade everyone to 34 slot bags. But I said, look, we're making some gold on them. Let's just craft a whole bunch and throw them up in the auction house. If they sell, they sell. Otherwise, we use them for our alts. And it looks like quite a few of them did sell. So we will craft some more while we're on our tailor today. Bags are an evergreen market. If you're starting out for gold making, tailoring is extremely, extremely powerful. I would go as far as saying tailoring and enchanting may be arguably in some ways better for gold making on a main. Jewel crafting, I love having it, and I've spent too much time unlocking things in jewel crafting and learning all sorts of plans and recipes to give it up on my main. But there's a reason that my main alt has tailoring, right? It is super, super powerful. Bags are amazing. Spell threads are really good. Armor is awesome. Armor crafting professions are some of my favorite. Leatherworking is super OP because with one profession you unlock 2 different types of armor, right? That's mail and leather gear that you can sell. Of course, with the knowledge point system being the way it is, it makes sense to have 2 separate leather workers, one who focuses more on mail and one who focuses more on leather. So we will have at least 2 leather workers going into the war within, but we may even have a third one just for materials. We'll take a look at that when we look at the beta and see how we're doing. In any case, to not spend too much time on this, Giggle Goggles, that's a toy. Verdant Conduit is another one of the leatherworking items we made. Some more toys. Surveyor's Cloth Robe, right? This is that blue leveling gear I was talking about. Still it's selling for 385. This cost me like 15 gold to make, right? So definitely worth crafting that kind of gear, especially if you don't have a whole bunch of gold lying around, you know. Draconium Fisher Friend is required for that barter boulder quest that I mentioned earlier, and then you can see some engineering items here as well. You know, the Tinkers, we picked up this recipe for like 900 gold on another realm, the Tinker Shadow Flame rockets, and we only crafted 2 of them, and it looks like I think both of them sold, unless I'm mistaken. We may still have one listed on the auction house, but overall, just since yesterday, and you can see here, this is, well, okay, yeah, I guess in the past day and a half, we've made 260,000 gold worth of revenue, the bulk of which is profit because we've basically just cashed in most of the artisan's metal that we had lying around. All right, let's quickly open up all this mail and gather the gold. And this is our AFK screen on this character. I need to fix my transmog, but all right. So like I was saying, we are going to go down this list and figure out what we want to dump gold into. So I thought I had crafted some of these, and that we sold some of them. Presumably TSM will update if we did. If we may have done that in the past couple days. I think this was the quest item. But we'll craft 5 of these all the same and throw them up on the auction house because 1,100 gold sounds a bit wacky. I think it's just the pricing is messed up here, but they cost us 5 gold to craft, and even if we sell them for the region sale average of 99 gold, that's a healthy profit margin, right? All right, I'm just gonna reload here so everything saves and gets sent over to our alts. Anyways, that's not where we're going to be making the bulk of our gold from. Verdant Tether. We don't have any of these crafted. We've sold 8 of them, but only a while ago. And these are giving us 5,000 gold each, and they use lesser illustrious insights, which is good because these are selling for 1,000 gold each, which or rather, we make 1,000 gold profit on each of these, which means we can make 5 of them for the cost of 1 illustrious insight. Now, we'll figure out exactly what mats we need to use. I don't know why my craft sim is glitching out on me a bit. Could probably make things a little bit more efficient if I was to reload, but I can't really be bothered to do so. All right, let's equip our best quality gear, and let's see if we can blindly just buy everything at rank 3, or it looks like it is a bit of a mixture of material qualities that we would need that we need to use at bare minimum. I don't think there should be a huge cost difference. So it's 1049 right now. If we buy everything at rank 3, we lose like 10 gold per craft, right? Not a huge deal. Let's see what the sale rate on the rank 3 is. The issue is at this stage of the season, right? There's not a bunch of people crafting a bunch of gear, so optional reagents just aren't going to move that well. So while I will craft these, it probably is going to take me a little bit of time to sell through all of these, right? These are competitive markets. People are going to undercut me and so forth, but these are pretty cheap to make. We'll do 10 of these. It's more so just to diversify, right? If we were earlier on in the season, I would probably dump all of my Illustrious Insight and Artisan's Metal into this, but we're not. We're later on in the season, so we're just going to diversify a little bit just so that things move a bit quicker and we can get through all the Artisan's Metal we have, right? We had something like 2,600 Artisan's Metal, and we still have like 118 Illustrious Insights on this character that we need to get through. So I need to diversify so that I can just push more volume onto the market and have it sell through. Now, the Temporal Spell Thread. Here we are probably going to craft another 40 of these, in all honesty, just because I need to get through these Illustrious Insight, right? Imagine how much Illustrious Insight I had the other day, or how much Artisan's Metal I had, rather, before this. We crafted and sold 42 of these, at 46 of them, rather, at max quality, so yeah, this character was sitting on a treasure trove. I don't know why I didn't bother to figure out to optimize this earlier, but hey, it is what it is, right? We're still at 30 million gold, all the same. So here, I think I'm just going to do another 20 of these because we'll see if there's anything in leatherworking that takes our interest in terms of crafting gear, or in terms of using up Illustrious Insight. Blue Silken Lining. This would probably also do well, but again, Cobalt Assembly Rep grinding probably is easier now than it ever has been, but I can't really be bothered. Let's craft 2 of these just for good measure, since it's got a decent little profit to it. Dragon Scale Expedition 10. Ooh, this is a toy, and this also has a decent amount of gold in it, so we'll craft 2 of those as well. Don't need to think too much about it. We do not have 28 Valdrakken Accord. Of course, once the pre-patch goes live and these what do you call it, Renown becomes account wide, we'll just go pick up this recipe and start crafting these. But with only 670 gold per craft, not really worth our time to bother going out and farming that recipe. Now, Surveyor's Cloth Robe, do we have? Yeah, we have 3 of these posted in the auction house, so we're not going to bother with that. Chronocloth Reagent Bag. Now, this recipe we don't have, and we also cannot be bothered to grind out 23 Renown on this character. The other thing we wanted to do, though, was craft bags, right? So we know these recipes, right? We have the Draconic Wildercloth bands. You know what we're going to do? We're just going to craft 1 of these for the first craft bonus. This one, it looks like we lose gold on crafting, so we may not bother, which is a shame because the cloak is one of the items that I made the absolute most gold with during this expansion, and I think it was the Crimson Combatants one we sold 736 of. I think we sold 1.7 million gold worth of these. These were super cheap to craft because we were crafting our own Infurious Wildercloth bolts. Yeah, we sold 1.6 during the Crimson season. I think I tried to do something similar during the Verdant Combatant season, but we only sold about 60,000 before we got bored of it. And so I think that's why I picked up the recipe for this one, but it looks like this season slightly less profitable, though we may still craft one just to see, just to get that first craft bonus. Although for tailoring, I'm not too concerned, in all honesty. This one will do because it's profitable, but I'm mainly just filling out tailoring because I want this to show full more than actually it being financially prudent or like making sense from a gold perspective. I still have a bunch of other first craft bonuses on this character that I haven't unlocked for whatever reason. Yeah, the reason to do these 2 crafts would be just for the first craft bonuses. I don't think this actually unlocks anything. I do remember WoW heading it, but I don't remember what it said. And the Verdant gear is just pointless to craft at this point. They cost about 2,500 gold each to craft, so that's the other reason. We're not going to gonna really bother. I don't think it's worth 2,500 gold for one knowledge point at this stage, when all we're doing is increasing the drop rate of cloth that we're not gonna farm on this character in any case. All right, then coming along, Azure Weave Expedition Pack. So this is the 34 slot bag that we've been selling. Now it's got a 31% profit margin, right? That's pretty good considering we can just bung these up on the auction house. And probably make a little bit more gold from that. Let's have a little bit of fun with it. Let's see what happens if we throw some embroidery threads on here. Does that reduce our profit margin or does it increase it? So 277 by using the rank 1, we can bring that up to 290, 295 by rank 2, and 298 for using the rank 3 shimmering embroidery threads. Okay, so we are going to do that. And I wonder if it's going to add the shimmering embroidery thread here. I don't think it will, because how would it know? We're only simulating this in Craft Sim. So we will do a boatload of these, just because 300 gold a pop, right? If we do 1,000 of them, we would make 298,000 gold, but I think it would also take us a good long while probably to sell through 1,000 of these, so we're not going to bother. But I do want to do an audacious amount, just because once they're crafted and on my alt, on my banker character, they will sell eventually, right? It's just a matter of time thing. And we're doing kind of okay on inventory levels on this character, and I want to craft a whole bunch for my alts in any case. So I think I am actually going to craft 50 of these. Yeah, I think we are just literally going to craft 50 of these. And we will buy shimmering embroidery threads for all of these. I'm just wondering if it makes sense to come back to these, though. We may do bags at the end of everything. All right, I'm just going to make a note here that we need to come back to I literally keep notes while I'm playing WoW because I will forget what I'm planning on doing. All right, so we'll come back to the bags. I don't think we're going to bother flying out to do our cooldowns. These are super profitable early on in the expansion. This is still pretty profitable if you're at a stage where every gold counts. Definitely worth looking at this, right? But for me, 300 gold isn't really too much of an incentive. And again, we will unlock this recipe once the pre-patch drops, and then we'll probably start crafting these reagent bags as well, including for all of our alts. I think there is a paw-made winter pelt reagent bag that's 34 slots, but the chronocloth reagent bag is the one that we actually want. And this as well, there's no item quality on this, right? So this as well, even if you don't have a tailor, throw up some crafting orders for these, right? Get these crafted, either for your own characters or for selling on the auction house, right? The mats cost 926 gold, and they're selling on my auction house for 2,200 gold. You know, buy the mats cheap. Figure out how much they cost. Like, figure out what the cheapest mats that you can use using Craft Sims Material Simulator, and buy a whole bunch of these mats. Throw up a bunch of crafting orders. You know, tip like 100 gold and make about 200-300 gold out of this on each of these as well. Yeah, good little way to make some extra gold there. Below this, we're making less than 176 gold profit. I'm not really gonna bother, but again, if you hopefully the numbers look different on your server. You're probably playing on a less populated server than me. Illidan is one of the largest US servers by a long shot, so things tend to get worn out pretty quick. All right, let's pop over to leatherworking for a second, or should we bother? You know what, we may do, just for simplicity's sake. I do miss the days back in the day where I could just queue up everything in Trade Skill Master and then hit the auction house, buy all my mats, and just sit there blindly clicking the craft more button. But I mean, that would get boring very often, and that's probably why I would quit WoW so much in between expansions or patches and things like that, because it was just less intellectually stimulating. I think the only items here that we care about the mat quality for is the verdant tether, and here it's just the vibrant wildercloth bolt and the spool of wilder thread, and the temporal spell thread. These are the only two ones that we care about the mat quality. Do we need all the rank 3 mats for this? let's see, because we can probably save some gold there. Looks like we would need rank 3 qualities, and this is the epic item that I was mentioning that tailors can craft for themselves, or if you don't have the recipe unlocked, you can get another tailor to craft for you. All right, so it looks like we do need level 30, rank 3 chronocloth bolts. So those are going to be pricey, but we're crafting temporal spell threads, and it's a decent little bit of gold per craft. The verdant tethers, of course, are better gold per illustrious insight, but I just am a little bit skeptical as to whether or not we'll be able to shift as many of them as quickly as we need to before the War Within drops. I ideally want to have as little Artisan's Metal going into the War Within as possible. There is a there is a new version of it for the War Within professions, so we'd rather gather up those. All right, we can close this window for now. We just need to see for each of these mats. So let's do the chronocloth bolts first, because that's going to be our most expensive item. And actually, it is fairly cheap to pick up each of these, right? It's only costing us 3,000 gold. I thought that we'd be spending more gold on that, in all honesty. Awakened Air, no item quality, just buy whatever it costs. I'm not going to be too picky. This rank 3 are cheaper than anything else in any case. Awakened Decay, let's just make sure that we are actually sorted by price though, because I just assumed that it was. Wildercloth also only comes in one quality, so we can blindly pick up whatever we need there. Awakened Order, prices for Awakened Order has come down, so I don't bother checking how much the rousing costs. But again, if you're trying to min-max things, definitely I would say buy the cheaper. It's worth your time to check whether rousing or awakened is cheaper. Now, in Furious Wildercloth bolts, there's not a huge difference in price. We do have the recipe here, and we can actually make 92 gold per craft. Do we need... Well, we're only crafting one of these, and we need 6 of them, so... Seems like we would make about 600 gold by crafting this ourselves, which is worth it. Which I'm gonna say is worth it. What do we need? We need 6 times 3, which is 18. So we need 18 Wildercloth. Let's just come back here and buy another 18. Let's buy another 18 Wildercloth. I'm just doing these numbers off the top of my head. If something's wrong, I'm not gonna be too upset with myself. Awakened Ire. Ooh, Awakened Ire pricey. These are expensive. All right, I take it back. We are gonna check Awakened and Rousings, so we can save about 60 gold on each of these just by buying Rousing Ire instead. Our alt actually has enough, but I'm just gonna buy 60 of these instead and do it this way. Oh, did we have any Awakened Ire? No, we don't have any on this character in any case. All right, let's come back to Profession shopping list. Infurious Wildercloth Bolt we bought already. Tall Strider Sinew. These are expensive. More than I have usually paid for them, but if we need them, we need them. Let's pick up our Dreaming Essences for the Verdant Tether. These are pretty cheap, I believe. Did it glitch out? Yeah. All right. Let's buy what we need. Stay hydrated, everyone. And I'm sorry if there was a weird whistling noise. That's just the noise my bottle makes when I'm running low on water. Basically running out of water. All right. Ooh, Tuft of Primal Wool. These are really expensive. I wonder if people are just farming them less. I'm guessing that's what happened. Maybe they nerfed the drop rates or something like that. But all right, let's pick up those. Those were a little pricey, but we've already done the math and we figured out what we need. So let's not waste too much time obsessing over what we're spending on what. All right. Let's grab everything out the mailbox and then fly over and start crafting things. And again, here, I think we're using illustrious insights for everything that needs it. I don't think any of our crafts are relying on inspiration. Let's quickly convert our rousing into awakened. We can do that while we're flying. And yeah, we need to be at the tailoring station because we've only done our crafting queue for tailoring so far. Let's search. Ooh, vibrant wildcloth slippers. Sure, why not? Let's equip our highest profit gear. That makes about 4 gold profit difference, but hey, every little counts, and we make a nice 1900 gold commission off of this. And I don't really care too much about resourcefulness because there wasn't anything super precious that was provided to us. All right, looks like nothing else is really worth doing. So let's hop back over here, and we will equip this. And let's just craft all 6 of these bolts real quick. But of course, first things first, we're forgetting about using our quick hands potion just to make crafting go that little bit quicker. Ooh, we got a multi-craft on this on rank 3 as well. Oh, we guarantee rank 3 in any case. Let's do our craft results. And oh, we should have reset the data. We should have reset the data because for whatever reason our craft log thought that we lost 1400 gold, 14,000 gold on the crafting order that we made. But that first one that multi-crafted to 1234, and then we lost 98, 313, 410. So I don't know. Totally, I think we profited 60 and 60 gold on that. Let's reset data just so that we get the crafting order rather out of our craft results window. All right, we crafted the inferior Wildercloth bolts. Now let's craft the actual item that we needed to craft with it, which is our Wildercloth bands. I do want to make sure, well, I could use a resourcefulness enchant on this, but considering we just crafted a whole bunch to sell them because the prices are inflated, I'm not going to bother. The extra 10, although, admittedly, it is telling us here that each point of resourcefulness is worth 1 gold, so we could make about 20 gold more per craft, I think. What's the difference between rank 2 and rank 3? Rank 2 gives us 36 resourcefulness, whereas rank 3 is, one of my tools has it. Where are my tools? Here. This one has 45. So about 9. Yeah, we'd make about 10 or 12 gold difference. I can't be bothered to interrupt my workflow to bother doing that, but let's craft this. We got the extra knowledge point. Let's dump that in here. We got another 10% increased drop rate from mobs that we aren't going to bother farming in any case. All right, let's go through our other crafts real quick. Verdant tether. Here we need to use up our lesser illustrious insights, and we're going to craft 10 of these. Do we have the right mats? Nope. We want to use the best quality that we have to guarantee rank 3s. We need to swap out our gear. And now we're making 1,000 gold per craft, and we're going to craft 10 of them, right? Let's just double check everything. So it looks like we could use cheaper mats if we wanted to, and we could come in here and move some of these over to this and still guarantee. Looks like we could actually do it this way and still guarantee rank 3, but then we're, you know, I'm just gonna take the easy way out. Sure, it costs us like 10 gold per craft, but we can afford it. Ooh, we saved. Okay, we had some good multi-craft procs and things along the way, and already we're at 12,000 gold crafted in this session. We need to do the toys, but I think let's do the temporal spell thread first. We have to throw our illustrious insights into this, and we have the right equipment equipped. I think it will be the multi-craft tool with with resourcefulness, and so hopefully we get some multi-crafts off of this, because we bought mats for 20 crafts, and hopefully we end up with like 25 of them crafted, right? The verdant tether, we queued up 10, and we actually ended up getting 14 because we got lucky with our multi-craft procs. And over large enough sample sizes, you know, that'll even out, but also will make things work out closer to the average. All right, we've got the right equipment, we've got the materials correctly done, and let's craft all these. And we've got the illustrious insight, we're guaranteeing rank 3s. Ooh, we saved 2 of the more expensive reagents on 2 of these crafts, which I like to think is almost like a multi-craft, because if we save enough reagents, right, we've basically gotten enough to play the lottery again and craft even more. And we did save quite a few reagents, at least enough to craft one more. I think we're running low on awakened air. We may pick up some more awakened air and craft more of these, but let's use that up and let's see what we're doing here. We got 23, so not too bad considering we only bought mats for 20. We got 23 out of them. Not too many multi-craft procs, but we've already made 31,000 gold, right? Let's quickly craft all of these. We need to swap to our resourcefulness tool most likely. Do we have lower quality items? Because for these items, I don't care about using the highest quality items because I know I can more than guarantee them at rank 5, right? The recipe difficulty is 40 and we're at 286 skill, so I could use rank 1 everything. Plus, you know, add a training matrix, add whatever I wanted and still guarantee rank 5s on them. We crafted both of those. Let's craft both of these, and it's still the right tools. Can we hit 40,000? Okay, 40,000 gold profit since we logged on just tailoring. Of course, this number is also going to blow up once we do the bags, and that's, I think, what we're going to do next, and then we'll take a look at leatherworking. All right, let's mail this over to our banker and get them posted at the auction house so that hopefully before the end of the stream itself, we already have some of this gold coming back to us. 11, 12. Again, I could save time if I just created, I did create groups for some of these or added some of these to groups. Chronocloth bolts we'll hold on to for a second. Furious Wildercloth bolts we can sell. We crafted these profitably. And now what I could also do if I was trying to get really min-maxy about gold making, let's send these off. I'm just gonna pull the inferior Wildercloth bolts out of here for a second because it is worth our time to take a look and see if there is gold to be made there. Oh, we're gonna send over the verdant tether as well. Duck stuff, duck lovey. I don't know what that means. We sold one for 306 gold. I don't know how much it cost us to craft this. Oh, it cost us 37 gold. Okay, yeah, let's throw it in the auction house. We already know it on our account. Is there anything else we need to send over? Dreaming antler fragments. We still have 2 of these, so we should use them for something. Maybe we'll need them for leatherworking. But I definitely don't want to hold on to mats while they're this expensive. Okay, let's hit the send mail button here. And now, the other thing we want to do is we want to just quickly go through these draconic combatants gear and see if there's any that have a large enough profit margin that they look interesting to us. Generally, the threshold I use is about 500 gold, so this recipe probably worth buying, right? If we optimize our materials and use rank 2 materials, it doesn't seem to make too much of a difference. But this would be worth it. I'll be honest, I can't be bothered to figure out how much it would cost me to make this, and I don't think I'm going to sell a whole bunch of these because the sale rate only looks like 1.8 average daily sold, which isn't super high. But yeah, that's ideally what we want to do for each of our professions. Also because I don't care too much about knowledge points, otherwise the first craft bonuses itself may have been worth it. Yeah. So we're not going to bother, but if you are trying to maximize your gold making, that's what you should be doing. I would recommend going through, seeing where you can pick up these recipes cheap enough. And if you're trying to maximize your gold, or if you're behind on your knowledge gathering, I wasn't super religious about doing my weekly quests or doing everything I needed to maximize my knowledge points on this character on this toon, or any of my tunes for that matter, I suppose. And so it is what it is, right? But yeah, before we forget, let's send off those inferior Wildercloth bolts as well. We could craft a few more if we buy some more Wildercloth, and so maybe we'll queue up 2 of those as well, just to use up the last of that overpriced awakened ire that we bought. Let's queue up 2 of these, and we said we wanted to then do bags. Now, Wildercloth bags, here's what I'll say. These are a great item, especially if you're getting started in gold making. I would say if you have less than 100,000 gold, for sure you should be crafting these, right? 8 gold per craft doesn't sound like a lot, but these sell super fast. I craft these just for funsies, and when they were super profitable, and I sold 544 of them, right? 28,000 gold. That's at an average price of 51 gold. I was selling these earlier on in the expansion in bulk. I would craft these just because they were super cheap and super easy to make. If you throw a finishing reagent on here, you can probably even max out that profit slightly more. Um, let's quickly take a look. Maybe not, because it may just be that the individual cost of the, what do you call it, those the weaving thread thingies is too much on my realm for it to make sense, or on my region. Um, but it is what it is. All right, let's come back here. We said we can maximize profits by using the shimmering embroidery thread, is the word I was looking for. And using different mix of mats, and we said we're going to craft 50 of these. My PSL is a little bugged. That's professional shopping list, where it always adds one more, which I kind of like, actually. It's telling me to be a more courageous World of Warcraft business owner. Um, yeah, I think that was it in terms of bags that we wanted to do, right? Was there anything else that I'm missing? I think that was more or less it. All right, so let's now go and buy our mats. We didn't send out the inferior welded cloth bolts. We'll do that once we have all of them together. And when we're crafting, like once we hit the, it's going to take a while for us to craft 50 bags. We also don't have that much inventory space. So let's see what else we can mail off to other people. Shimmering clasp. We need to go back to our jewel crafter. All right, let's buy our mats real quick. And the Azure Weave bolts, we're just going to want to pick up the cheapest ones we can, because we're using them for bags. 43,000 gold sounds like a lot, but we're going to sell through all those bags, and if not, we need them for our alts in any case, right? We're leveling so many alts. We don't need them for the time runners. I will be putting out a short form video about what we do for our time runners, because they basically get free 36 slot bags, which is actually larger than anything you can get in retail right now. But they're available to time runners for 10 runs each, and there's a menu you need to go to and everything like that. But I'll be I'll be putting up a separate video, probably like a YouTube short or a TikTok video. So if you don't already subscribe, please subscribe to me on TikTok. Like follow me on TikTok or whatever it's called, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. I'll be dropping a lot more content nuggets like that. So let's fly over here and let's start crafting our bags, and then we are going to quickly post everything, and while the rest of those crafts happen, I'm going to take a quick break just to grab some more water and stuff. All right, let's equip the best gear that we have for this, and I'm also just gonna do a quick reset on my bag add-on, so that we can see what we're doing there. Craft results. So totally we've made 40,000 gold so far. And now the only remaining thing is to craft our 50 Azure Weave Expedition bags. Now we don't have inventory space to craft them all AFK. Let me fix my gear real quick. And let's mail out whatever we can to other characters. Let's also do a quick bag sort just to see how much space we can free up that way. I think cooking mats can probably go to someone else. All right, so we have 39 slots. We need to clear up another 11 slots idly, so that we don't stop crafting because our bags are too full. Okay, let's send these off to our banker. Is there anything else that we want to bung up on the auction house? The Dreaming Antler Fragments. I think we'll hold on to those for now. We do have a bunch of anima items, I think. Mainly because we'll send that out to our banker as well. We do have a bunch of anima items because I think I was running something on this character. I don't remember what though. That gave us Shadowlands, like we were running some Shadowlands content that gave us some of those. Let's mail this over to our main. Is there anything else that we can get rid of here? Does this get used in anything? Element infused blood? I don't know. Probably not worth deleting though. Probably worth holding on to long enough for that. Chronocloth bolts. We just bought these. What do we use them for? I think we use them for the Coral thread. We may craft a few more of those just to burn through the last of those at the end. Scorpid Stinger. I don't know why we're holding on to all this. Actually, should I even bother? I may not even bother sending these over to anyone else. I think I'm literally just going to vendor them because I need to do bank cleanouts and bag cleanouts and everything as well. And these are cheap enough that I can just buy them off of the auction house if and when I need them. Are there any other mats like that that are not relevant? Dull spine clam. I don't think it drops anything that is of any use to us, but let's click on it on the off chance that it does. Yeah, rib mollusk meat. Sure enough, vendor trash. And we could probably actually start vendoring some of this gear as well. I don't know why I'm holding on to 389 pieces. It's never going to be an upgrade, right? All right, let's fascinating content, I am aware. Clearing out inventory space, but hey, it is what it is. That's actually an item level upgrade somehow. 402. 359, Jesus. Although that may, okay, we've made enough bag space. Yeah, these are the anima items that I'm hoarding for God knows what reason. Do I care about anima much? Not really. Am I going to bother vendoring them or deleting them? Also not really. Ooh, I know what we forgot. We forgot our embroidery threads. And to think I almost crafted, I lost a full 10 gold per craft. I almost lost 10 gold per craft, or whatever tiny amount that was. I don't think it's... yeah, it doesn't really matter all that much, but I barely get to use the finishing reagents, and I've always wanted to use them more, so... shimmering, embroidered... that should be enough. That should do it. Alright, let's pick up 50 of these. I don't know if... I don't think you can... what do you call it? Resourcefulness proc optional reagents. Though I'm not sure, so if you know any different, let me know in the comments or in chat. And thank you to everyone again who's watching live. Truly appreciate it. If you're watching the video on demand, thank you to you as well. Really appreciate the fact that you guys are giving me time of day. All right, so we have our crafting speed buff up. We have the correct mats equipped. We have the right gear equipped, and we're just gonna hit create all 50, and we'll see how high this little tracker here goes. I'm gonna take a little break, but I will leave this screen up so you guys can see how we're trending and how far along we are. All right, take care, guys. Be back in a few. Oh, my bad, guys. Sorry, I've been talking on mute this entire time. So, what I was saying was we're back. We have a full water bottle. Stay hydrated, folks. Remember, that's the most important thing, whether you're gold making or anything else. What I was saying was that we had run out of inventory space because our bags were full, so we just quickly swapped out the upgraded the bags on this character. I need to do the same on all of my characters. I actually am going to dump a whole bunch of these into my guild bank. The reason being because I actually have a guild bank with all of my characters in it. I picked it up a couple of years ago for I think like 10,000 gold or something, and it had a bunch of guild bank slots unlocked and a bunch of the achievements and things unlocked. And I use that to just store things between my characters. So I've sort of been living the warband like the warband bank isn't going to be as much of a change. So this is my private guild bank, and um, I haven't bothered to pay for a name change. This is just how I bought it, and these are all of my other characters. um, and yeah, I just use this to dump a bunch of things that I don't know where else to put. I need to do a guild bank clean out if you guys are interested in watching that. I don't know why you would be, but if in case you are, I may just do that on stream as well. But all sorts of crap from all sorts of different expansions. And I need to just go through and probably vendor most of these items. All right, I think each of my characters should need what, like theoretically 4, but realistically, they, like I've done a lot of the like the events that give you 36 slot bags on quite a few of them. So I don't know. I'm not gonna estimate how many bags I need all in all right just now, but I'll dump like, what is that? Yeah, we'll do a couple more. Just since we crafted them, and then all right, we only have 40 left. Yeah, that's fine. Let's send these over to our banker. And then we need to get going with leatherworking crafting. So this is the fun day. This is a fun day in the life of a goblin. Oh, we already rendered all these items. All right. And since they don't have any like random stats, I should be able to just right-click these and TSM should pick up all 12 of them. And again, the faster way to do this would be to add them to a group and just use TSM's auto mailing function. Super, super useful if you're doing things at scale. That is the way to go. Do as I say, not as I do, as always. All right, and while we're at it, this character's a goblin, so I can actually access my bank from anywhere, but I do want to just upgrade whatever bags I have here that are less than, what are the smallest bags? 22 slot, Jesus Christ. Okay, these are soulbound already, so we're just gonna swap these out real quick. And that is a 32 slot bag already. Okay. 22, 22, 32, 22, 32. These should be 30 slot bags, I think. Yeah, let's just swap out that. Now they're nice and neat. We have more bank space available. I need to do a bank clear out on all of my characters, is what I was saying earlier. If you guys are interested, let me know in the comments and I can do that on stream. I don't know why anyone would want to just watch me go through a bunch of like old expansion mats, but you never know. All right, let's quickly vendor the bags that we don't need. All right, now let's get into leatherworking. Hopefully we can find some more fast-moving items here that what do you call it? We can dump all of the illustrious insight that we have into. I mean, realistically, we already have sort of an item that we can do that with, which is the temporal spell thread, because those sold out super, super quick. It's just the gold from them isn't all that much, so ideally if we can find something else that has a little bit more gold per illustrious insight, all the better, right? And leatherworking is going to take a little bit because, as I mentioned, of course, with leatherworking, we're crafting both mail and leather gear, so there's a lot more recipes. And Yeah, again, the first whole bunch we can skip because none of these say draconic before them, which means it's not worth our time to craft them because they're probably not going to sell. Ooh, good profit on this toy, and we need one for ourselves, so let's craft 3. Place a sign so everyone can know where. Ooh, this is actually kind of cute. I doubt it makes a difference in terms of like how much I sell. Ooh, what is this? We can make that much gold off of inferior scales? Is it just because people can't guarantee rank 3? Is that why? Ooh, this may actually be a really good use of our illustrious insight. Ooh, look at that, gang. That is a lot of gold. 2,000 gold per lesser illustrious insight. Jeez. And inferior scales will sell because this is a crafting reagent, right? I think it's because the market is spiked right now, but we will do at least 49 of these. Ooh, I'm just seeing dollar signs right now. Things are a little blurry. This is very good news. I'm really excited to see that. I don't know how long the prices hold up, so we got to definitely move quickly on this. But we'll do 50 of those. That'll use up 50 of our lesser and illustrious insights, which is still not going to make a huge dent. We still have a whole bunch of those left, right? Let's just convert a few more of these illustrious insights. All right, let's see what's next. Still mainly previous season stuff. This also looks like it's spiked up, but you know what? We'll do 4 of them. How many of these have I sold in the past? I haven't sold any of them. That doesn't sound right. Anyways, we'll do 4 of them, right? They're pretty cheap to make. And we'll use up. Are these full? No, these are also lesser illustrious insights, right? They're optional reagents. So 1,500 gold per lesser is amazing. All right, still not seeing any of the draconic, so doesn't look like we need to buy anything there. Lambent armor kit. Now this requires 80 barter bricks. We have 14. I do not have the time or the patience to bother farming out the rest of those bricks. Otherwise, this would have been a very solid item. I'm sure the sale rate on this. Yeah, 67 average sold region-wide daily. That's the average sold per server, so that means the actual number would be much higher. This is one of those rare recipes where I would actually potentially bother actually farming them. But let's see. If you guys are interested, let me know in the comments, and I may actually bother going out and farming them. This will unlock with the pre-patch. I'm not going to bother grinding Renown this close to a new expansion. This meets our profit threshold and is current season, but again, I can't really actually both of these do. And leatherworking, we aren't fully maxed out. We still need like 150 plus knowledge points to fully max out everything. But again, cannot be bothered. All right, looks like this has also spiked up. We'll craft 5 of these. Because why not? Doesn't look like we have anything posted in the auction house, but again, this is the same sort of leveling gear that I was talking about, right? We sold these early on. They were always super cheap to craft with just 16 adamant scales and 2 lustrous scaled hides. War Within, we're going to be definitely crafting a lot of this leveling gear early on. Cobalt Assembly, this is a decent amount of gold. 418 gold per craft is not bad. Draconic Combatants Adamant Chainmail, again, current season, so it would be worth it, but can we be bothered? Lesser illustrious insight. Now these have been selling pretty well. We've sold only 5 of them. Well, that's not great, because I thought this was best in slot for some classes. Let's just hop back over to our banker, open all of our other mail, and post up all of this stuff, because it's going to take us a little bit to get through all these bags. So the sooner we post them up, the sooner we sell them, and the sooner we craft more of them. And that's how we make gold. I think I have the toy box collection achievement already, right? Are there any? Where is it? 300 toys. Ooh, we get a pet at 400 toys. Okay, so we do want more toys. I think we are going to use up the ones from here that we don't already know. We have one in the auction house. Yep, let's do it. Let's learn each of these. I think this allows you to disenchant a player. I feel like that's a little rude, disenchanting another player. Um, and we can then cover their body with a funeral pall. Okay, let's post up all this stuff. Hopefully those temporal spell threads sell out real quick, and then we can get to crafting more of them. I'm actually going to bother, like I'm actually just gonna manually post these. We'll do the bags last because those take a little bit of time to post, because it posts each of those individually. We are winning. We are winning the buy box, like we are winning the auctions on this, but I'm just gonna dump all these on here and let's see if they. Let's see how many we sell through. I can't be bothered to micromanage posting them right now. At off-peak hours like this because they're probably not going to sell that quick in any case. Peak hours definitely worth waiting and competing to be the first option that shows up, but on off-peak hours like this, I mean, it's a Saturday. I think everything should hopefully sell out by the time we log back in on this character, but worst case we just repost them, and I don't think prices should drop too much between today and tomorrow. On reset day, which is Tuesdays for US servers, it would be worth taking the time to actually manually post each of these. Duck stuff, duck lovey. Yeah, not worth posting. Ooh, nice little bit of gold on this. All right, let's post these. Does this? I wonder if this gives you. Do you think you get rest XP from using this? I should probably know that. I've had the toy for a while actually. And let's also send the tights for linen over to our tailor. No point keeping it on our bank character. Oh, and we still need to post our bags. All right, let's post all 40 of these. Oh, we do need to keep. Actually, let's upgrade the bags on this character already. We don't have a reagent bag because it was just messing with my interface. 32. Why won't it let me upgrade? Yeah, I know it's going to bind it to me. That's the whole point. It does not want to let me. Oh, I think it's because everything is in bag 1. Do I have an easy way of emptying out bag 1? Yeah, I'll just dump everything into my bank. And then swap this around. And then we'll take all of our bags back out of that. Is there anything else here that needs to go in the auction house? I think we'll hold on to this for a little bit longer. 11,000 gold, I think we can get more for it when we're further away from the Valentine's Day event. Probably when people come back for the war within, they'll be willing to spend more on this if they don't already have it. Okay, then we need to upgrade the bags that we have here. These are 30 slot bags and these are 22 slot bags. Jeez. Okay, let's switch off the bag interface from here. I don't like that it's not showing me which ones are soulbound and whatever, but inventory management. Even with all the banks, like even with all the bag slots and everything that they've given us, inventory management is still, I feel like, a major part of being a goblin. Just because if you're working at an industrial scale like I am, where I'm just crafting tens if not hundreds of items at a time, and you know, posting dozens and dozens of items, it's inventory space really starts to matter. Okay, now on this character, let's check how up to date our 2 hours is probably fine. Can't be bothered to reload interface just yet. We queued up our Trailblazers toughened leg guards, the frosted armor kit. We said that we cannot be bothered to grind out cobalt assembly for. The Shadowflame tempered armored patch. What's the sale rate on these? So these are selling 56. In all honesty, we should probably craft a few more of these, but I also do have 29 posted on the auction house that haven't sold yet, so I don't want to lock in too deeply on those. The bone rot crossbow. These are useful because these sell well because they're required for the quest some of the time. And we have enough mats for one, so we'll I don't think we need rune writ bark for anything else, so let's just go ahead and craft that real quick. Oh, we didn't use the optimal equipment gear, but it's fine. I think we'll survive. Anything else? Mats are idly where we wanna see if we can make a tidy sum, because they will tend to sell a little bit quicker, which means we can sort of liquidate our artisans metal a little bit quicker. Earthshine scales do seem to be selling at a profit, right? 573. We just saw 53 in the others. 573. We can easily sell out as many of these as we craft in a day. So the question becomes, right? We can craft 5 Earthshine scales or 5 Shadowflame tempered armored patches. And though these give us a higher profit margin, the Earthshine scales are going to sell a lot quicker, right? Which means a lot less effort required to move them through, which therefore just translates into more gold per hour for us, because we can use that time on other things to make even more gold. Now, let's see how quickly we sell through these Infurious scales, because we're going to craft 50 of them, which should give us 2 per, not including multi-craft. And let's see how long it takes us to sell 100 of them before we decide to dump even more of our artisans metal into them, right? If they're just kind of hanging out and it's taking us a long while to sell, not worth our time. Okay, actually, one other thing we should probably check, I don't think it makes a difference one way or another. Infurious scales, I'm surprised that Infurious hides aren't nearly as profitable, but again, I think it's because of, like we were saying, I think someone's reset the market for Infurious scales, and that's why the numbers are looking so nice and juicy. And we do need rank 3 materials for that. And I wanted to see if there was any optional reagents that we can add, but I don't think there are, so sort of a moot point. Let's head over to shopping, and it's the same sort of routine that I do on all of my characters. When the like earlier on in a season, I would generally spend a lot more time on things like this. Like I'd probably do this, like go through this whole process a couple times a week, or at least as many times a week as I can. But at the bare minimum, I would say at least about once a week, right? Go through, craft everything. Idly, week over week, you would see how many of each item you're selling. So like with the PvP gear, I would typically, when I first learn the recipe, craft maybe 2 of each, right? See how quickly we sell those out. If they sell out within a day, then I'm crafting 5, then I'm crafting 10, then I'm crafting 20, right? And that's what you want to do. You want to figure out what's working and then just do more of that. That's literally the majority of gold making. It may sound obvious, but I'm going to say it anyway. All right. The main things that we need to look at is what we need for the Fang adornments, which also require the Earthshine scales. So we're going to queue up those as well, because we wanted to... Oh, yep, there we go. The lustrous scaled hides. I know we can craft those, I think. Let's scroll down in leatherworking. No, never mind, we can't craft those. Those are just right, gathered by skinning. Okay, and yeah, none of the drums are... Ooh. Another gold opportunity. Drums do really well. These hidebound drums, I mean, 754% profit, right? You could easily craft up like 100 of these on reset day and just throw them up, and I guarantee you they will sell. All right. Verdant conduits, I think we said we had too many of them already on hand. All right, let's come back to what we were doing. We're doing 3 artisan signs, which are not using any of the mats that we care about. In Furious Scales, we said we need rank 3 lustrous scaled hides, right? How much is the cost difference between the rank 2 and the rank 3? Ooh, quite a bit. So we should probably figure out for 50 of them we need 100, so we need to buy 100 rank. We need to buy at least 100 of the rank 3, which is 14,000 gold, not too bad. And then we need to buy 10 of the rank 2, which we're going to use for the toys and for the other things. Right? Yeah. Sounds right to me. Rockfang leather, there's no quality, so we will just buy those up. Adamant scales, generally I think the rank 3 aren't that much more expensive, but I guess it depends what we're using them for. Why don't we have Earthshine scales favorited? Because I know we've made gold making the crafting those before, so they should ideally be favorited. And these don't use. Oh, this is the other thing we're using the adamant, the lustrous scaled hides for. Okay, so we may need another 10 of these at rank 3, since we don't have any in our inventory. All right, let's just buy 10 more. It's 1,500 gold, whatever. Adamant scales are being used up for what, actually? I think we're just it's such a minimal amount of gold that it's not even worth our time. The pentagold seals are BOP, and we pick them up from the vendor. Resilient leather as well is super cheap, so we're just gonna buy that. Oof, 100 awakened ire, right? Because we're doing the Earthshine, we're doing the inferior scales. We'll come back to that because I think we are gonna buy cheaper mats for that. Runed Rithbark is for. Is it for the artisan sign? Yeah, it's for the artisan sign. Okay, so we can use terrible quality for that. Earthshine scales we're not buying because we already have them. Oh, we didn't update this after we added the Earthshine scales to this. Dense hide. I think it's for. What are we using this for? Oh, for the. Yeah. Okay. Again, not a huge gold difference, but. We're using them for the toy anyway, so the quality really does not matter. Aquatic Maw, super cheap, don't need to think about. Pristine Vorkun Horn, also super cheap, don't need to think about. Alright, let's go pick up everything from the mailbox and then see what else we need to buy, because I forgot to update the shopping list after we decided we were going to craft our own Earthshine scales. Ah! Interface is bucking out on me. Tides for linen. Is there anything else in here? Ooh, well done cloth. Okay, we'll take that because we will need some of that. Lustrous scaled hides. It's saying we don't have enough of. All right, let's come back here and buy everything else that we need to buy. Why is it telling us we need 120? We don't need to buy 124 of them. Okay, let's just manually go through, and we need Awakened Earth. Those are cheap as heck, so we can just buy all of those. There was another Awaken that we needed, Awakened Frost. Let's just buy all of these. I can't be bothered to combine these for 24 gold. Awakened Ire we'll come back to. Earthshine Scales we're crafting. Lustrous Scaled Hides, I'm not sure why it's telling us that we need more of these, because we have 110 of the 3-star ones, and probably we will have resourcefulness procs on them as well, so I think I'm just going to hold on to those because those are a little pricey. And so then the only other thing we need to buy is our Awakened Ire, and we can make around 40 gold per button click, although it goes up to 49.95, at which point it's just cheaper to buy these. So I think we are literally just gonna spend 50,000 gold on awakened ire, which is quite the gamble, I suppose. Ooh, okay, no, we'll buy up. I'll tell you what, we'll do 31 here, and then the price goes up to 508. For the rest, we'll buy rousing ires and just manually combine them. That is gonna be 384, which is too much. 58, and I think we bought like 30. All right, let's just buy out all of these, and then we have to click our button 58 times, but we're saving like 9 gold a craft. Not a huge amount, admittedly. But what we can do is just spam this button real quick and see how much that gets us to, and then we can buy the rest that we need. And yeah, honestly, easiest way to just get through this is adding it to your adding it to your to one of your toolbars and spam clicking it. All right, and we are up to 89 awakened ire, which means we need another 11. Or we just start crafting and we see how many we get back from resourcefulness. Looks like there's still some teaser ones available. Another 17, sure. No, we need, how many do we need? We need 11. So we need 108 rousing ire in order to get everything that we need. Okay, and then we're good to go, and then we can get on with crafting, post everything up, and hop over to our scribe alchemist. And yeah, blacksmithing. I do want to see if there's anything interesting going on with alchemy, just because it's a profession I don't pay all that much attention to. Let's see if there's any crafting orders that interest us. Ooh, first craft bonus as well. Heck yes, let's do this. And this is how the bulk of my crafting orders come in, right? Like I don't like, I have an add-on that will post to chat to trade chat, advertising for whatever craft I'm on. If I was, were I a smarter man, or if I cared more about this, I would take the time to put together a message that I could have posting from my banker character, that tells people that whatever, like, for whatever thing they want, they send it across to each of the alts. So like basically it would have a link to leatherworking and say, like, for leatherworking and tailorworking, send orders to Direz. For for tailoring, send orders over to Direz. For jewelcrafting or enchanting, to a droll, and so forth. But I never really bothered to, because I don't care too much for crafting orders. In my experience, it took too long to explain to players how exactly the crafting order system works and what they need to do and which buttons to press, and whether then they send you a rank 5 guaranteed when you've told them that you can't guarantee rank 5. It's just took too much micromanagement for my liking. Oh, and we forgot to pick up the vendor item that we need to craft our toys, which we pick up from this vendor here. Pentagold sealed, and we need 12 of them, and those are bind on pickup, so we have to pick them up on this character in any case. All right, are we still holding on to chrono clock bolts and furious? Okay, we'll probably craft something with those at some point. Artisan sign, let's craft 3 of these, equip the best gear. We can use low quality mats. I think our crafting speed buff has worn off, so let's pop that real quick, and let's get these crafted. All right, and let's learn one of them. I'm actually excited about this toy. I wanna see what happens when we plop one down. Does it say like buy things from uh, from Dairas? Oh, that's annoying. I do kind of wish it said like if you moused over it would say like buy Daires's leatherworking or tailoring goods or something. Uh, what a wasted opportunity. It's literally just a blank toy, and I have my graphics set to full, so I don't think it's a matter of it not being set up. I'm sad now. I feel like Blizzard missed an opportunity to do something cool there, but honestly, given how cool professions have been in Dragonflight in general, I'm hardly complaining. This definitely seems to be the most attention they've paid to professions in a good long while, so happy about that. Okay, it looks like we are in hidden skill value territory, but I think we're going to use up some of the lesser illustrious insights in any case, and let's craft 7 of them. I don't think we need to craft 7 of them because some of them will multi-craft, and we probably will have resourcefulness on the final craft as well. Okay, our equipment is correct. That is the first item that we need to craft, and we have our crafting speed buff, and we have lesser illustrious insight. We're guaranteeing rank 3s, and we want to use the rank 3. Oh, see, there we go, multi-craft proc. Okay, Earthshine scales done. Now we can craft our Fang adornments. And here as well, we want to use the best quality mats, and we need to use a lesser illustrious insight to guarantee rank 3. And I think now we need to swap over to our... Interestingly, why are we using an inspiration tool? That is a terrible idea. Yeah, I think it bugged out. Okay, multi-craft tool. There we go. We want multi-craft to proc more than anything else on these because it's worth 2 gold per point on average. All right, let's craft all 5 of these, and let's hope they sell quick so that we can craft more and sell more of them. Not a single proc of anything, multi-craft or otherwise. And this just boils down to literally the luck of like the reason why you should craft a whole bunch of things at once. We do not want to be using high quality materials for this because we can guarantee rank 5 without them. Let's equip our resourcefulness tool. And we said we're crafting 5 of these because they're worth 500 gold profit each almost, which is wacky for gear that is as low eye level as it is. I actually didn't realize that these are require level 70. I don't know who would buy these. Now that we've crafted 5 of them, I don't know who would buy these, but presumably there's someone out there. It's not even like you can disenchant them profitably, so I don't know who's buying them, but supposedly someone is. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe people are buying them and like getting them recrafted with what do you call it, with like an empowered thingamajig. But even that doesn't really make sense because why wouldn't you just, if you're crafting it, just craft the entire thing? Maybe you buy it with the stats that you want because they do roll random stats. It's the only thing that I can think of that would make that make sense. All right, we've got to swap back to our multi-craft tool, and we need to set this to use the best quality so that we're guaranteeing rank 3. Profession tool is correct, materials are correct, and we're guaranteeing rank 3. Illustrious Insight setup. And let's get crafting. And we're looking for multi-craft procs idly on this. Woo! 5 on the multi-craft. Heck yes. That's what you want to see. 5 multi-craft. Ooh, another 5 multi-craft. I think the highest multi-craft can proc is like 7. Although I may be mistaken, and maybe it is only 5 is the best case scenario. Another multi-craft, and we saved the Awakened Ire as well, which is always nice. I think we are going to run out of rank 3 lustrous scaled hides. So we may need to go back to the auction house and pick up some more, although things may even out thanks to resourcefulness. And it looks like it did. We actually procced more of the luster scaled hides than we anticipated. Are we still all good on everything? Yep. Um, and now awakened ire is our limiting reagent. All right, so we bought mats for 100 and we got 102. So something seems off there because we had a bunch of multi-craft pucks. Hey, we didn't convert all of our rousing ire for some reason. There we go. That makes more sense. Did we proc rousing ire? I don't think resourcefulness would give us back rousing ire if we put in awakened ire. I think it would either give us back a full awakened ire or nothing at all. So yeah, that makes more sense. Multicraft 6. Yeah, so that's what I was saying. I think the max you can multicraft is does it tell us here? No, it doesn't. In any case, we've crafted a good amount of these. Let's see how long it takes us to sell 118 of those. That makes a bit more sense. All right, what else can we do with lustrous scale hides? Since we have a bunch of them lying around in any case. Lustrous scale drums, no. We're not doing that. We need them for Earthshine scales, but we only have one. What if we add a lesser illustrious insight? Ooh, do we gamble if we proc a rank 2? If we proc a rank 2, we lose 241 gold. If we proc a rank 3, we make 100 gold. All right, let's take our chances, shall we? Oh, and we procced a rank 3. That's that hidden skill value coming in clutch. Oh, but we saved another lustrous scaled hide, but we don't have another rank 1 to craft anything with it, so it is what it is. All right, let's go ahead and mail all of this to our banker. And I think even the extra mats we have, we're probably just gonna mail over to our banker. Or should we do a couple more? We may do a couple more temporal spell threads just since we have rank 3 chronocloth lying around. Where are we? Oh, I need to sell these at some point as well. I crafted these for transmog collectors because these are actually different variation. The impressive and the remarkable that you see there means that they have slightly different appearances than the base items, but Trade Skill Master can't figure out that they're different than the base items that sell for 1400. Like these usually sell for 36,000 or 18,000 gold is what they're supposed to sell for, but because a lot of people use Trade Skill Master, it seems to just list them at 1400. Which it cost me a good bit more than that to craft these because you need to use another crafted item with them. In any case, this stream is more so about Dragonflight profits than Warlords of Draenor profits. So let's move on. All right, I think that's everything we need to mail out. I think we said we're going to do something with the Chronocloth bolts because we have so many of the rank 3s. Yeah, I'd rather craft something with them and sell them for 1,000 gold. Alright, let's send these over to Burl and let's get them listed. Let's see how much of our stuff is sold already. 21,000, not bad considering how off-peak it is, and it looks like a good mixture of things have sold. Oh, my inventory's empty, right, because we posted everything up. Alright, and we sold around 20,000 here. So we've sold about 40,000 gold worth of stuff, just over because we already cleared out our mailbox ones. Alright, let's post these up. I don't think anyone's going to pay that much for them, but hopefully someone proves me wrong. Fang Adornments at 1,800 gold again. I think this is the market's being reset, but it's a Saturday, so hopefully prices should actually be going up for them, because with any luck, demand has outstripped supply. Jesus Christ, someone's already dropped the price by half. What is my crafting cost for those Infurious scales? I don't think we were quite fast enough on getting them to market. Oh, so that is at about my crafting cost is 1125. Ooh, we got a new personal crafting order, which we can see from the interface right here. What else do we have in our mailbox? All right, let's just open up everything else since we don't need bag space anymore. I don't know if it doesn't tell me if it's leatherworking or tailoring, but oh, it does. Never mind. It's a tailoring crafting order. I wonder who ordered what from us. Let's see if there's any public ones before we get to the one that we were specifically sent. Allied wrist guards of, oh, I don't have the recipe. Allied wrist guards of time dilation. And I can't see from here where we get that recipe either. Let's see if we can pick up the recipe real quick on the auction house. Okay, it looks like it is a tradable recipe. I haven't really been bothering to pick up some of the epic recipes unless they're like dirt cheap, because I don't anticipate having a lot more crafting orders between now and yeah, that's gonna cost us 82,000 gold. Presumably we could find it on another server and get the first craft bonus, but I honestly don't think it's gonna be worth it. So I don't think I'm gonna bother. All right, let's go ahead and reject this, guys. Decline the order. Oh, I always feel bad declining an order, but all right. Anything of interest? Not really. Ooh, we have the mats and we could send it properly. Oh, right, we don't have the recipe. That may impact our ability to craft it properly. I don't think there's anything here as well. It doesn't look like anything. We don't have enough artisan's metal to do this even if we wanted to. All right. Are we done on this character? I think we may be done on this character. We've gotten all of our knowledge points done. And we have grabbed everything we can from renown, at least until we get to until the pre-patch and we have account-wide reputations unlocked. Did we learn any more? Did we get any more skill points for leatherworking? Doesn't look like it. All right, so I think we are actually done with this character. I wanted to do something with these rank 3 chronocloth bolts, but I think I'll just keep them for our next craft. Ooh, we have a dragon shard that we could use up for something, but I think I am actually gonna log over to my alchemist and scribe, because I've tinkered around on my engineer like in the past couple days. I've tinkered around on my blacksmith. I haven't done anything with inscription or alchemy, and I know that there is some gold to be made there. Dracothist transmutes are profitable again, so we'll do those. But I've also maxed out the file tree. I think that's how it's pronounced, right? File, like the file of electricity. So Blizzard's not making it easy to pronounce things, but I maxed out the file or file. Let me know in the comments if I'm pronouncing that right or not, or whether you think I'm pronouncing that right or not. But we will use up all the artisan's metal we have on that. Reaching the 3 hour mark, I'm going to take a quick break just to fix my AC and a couple other things. Give me a second, guys. I'll be back in a few.